Ah, I got water. I don't have enough water. I think that's the problem. Yeah, I think that's the main problem. I don't have enough water. So, shit. Don't mind me. I'm just setting up a little bit of stuff like I usually do. This time, I forgot the content I was literally trying to do. Okay. I think we're ready. Oh, yeah. We are ready. Oops. Can you keep Snack Studio below others? Ha! Oh, I am off-centered. Hold on, let me fix that. Jesus Christ. Let me unlock. Does that look good? There's a red outline that makes it hard. The eye tracking is so good. Oh my god. I am in the dark, by the way. It's tracking my eyes super well. Holy crap. That's a good eye tracker. Alright, so like the streams, you're ready to gamble. Meowsy. So, like the stream title says, no game development, no software developments, not even playing video games. Today, I have a book. And you can probably hear it. You can kind of hear it. I have 3 books, actually. And all of these books I borrowed from the library about 2 weeks ago. Books are evil. I disagree. I 100% disagree. Can I eat the book? What type of chat have I fostered? The books are evil. What kind of book? And can I eat the book? I mean, you could try. Not the tastiest page texture. The second book even has less tasty page texture. Oh, this thick one definitely has tasty texture. You could probably eat the third one. The other two, you probably won't like it. Anyways, not to get off track from the book. A book sounds so good right now. Great! Glad you said that. Let's segue. I have 3 books. I borrowed it from the library like 3 weeks ago. And they are due in like 3 days. So instead of reading them on my own time, I figured, hey, every time I am the most productive little ant, I am on a stream. So why not just read the book out loud? And I'm going to start in the middle of the book. Because that's where I'm at. Book reading speedrun. So we make you more productive? Exactly. Sort of. It's not that you make me more productive, it's the fact... Please don't come on my books. Pretty please? Pretty please. God bless. Actually, don't bless God. What is this stream, man? This is... Jesus Christ. Look, I have a book. I am going to read it. Oh, you can't hear the sounds? Ah, son of a... That's because I forgot the sounds on this one! Ah! Hold on, let me add the sounds. Like, on this one. This one has the audio output. Every single one... The sound was I'm coming, by the way. If you couldn't tell. Let me add the sound. Don't play anything yet. Hold on. I'm trying to add... Okay. Okay. Okay, sound added. You can now play one whole sound and hear Dallas Cup. Cookbook yum. Jesus Christ. Wow. Yeah, this stream is fucking awful. Can I read my book now? I'm going. Guys, this is awful. Okay, my model is freaking out a little bit. Before I read the book, let's go turn on a light. Ugh. Lights, camera, me. There you go. This stream is going to be so fun, and you guys enjoy your book. Thank you. This is an amazing stream so far. I've never had such an introduction happen. It's... Okay. Book. Killerfish got the rare cat where if you move top left, then it doesn't have a frame for one of them. Honestly, I don't know why that cat doesn't have a frame. Doggo also might have that cat. Yeah, Doggo has that cat. Beware the flickering cats. If they move top left, then the cats flicker. Alright. Book. We need to give the cats reading glasses. Do you want the cats to read? I think that's a terrible idea. Don't let cats read. They'll get too smart. What chapter was I on? I was on page 89 of the book Organic Social Media, How to Build Flourishing Online Communities. It's a book about marketing, specifically with social media. And the other ones I think is just about brains and marketing. But mostly brains, and I think that's pretty cool. Alright. What a start. Let's go read. Let me get my microphone closer. Oh yeah. I'm gonna center this microphone so you can hear me in both of your ears. Congratulations for being #1, Doggo. You beat me somehow. Sometimes your audience will directly tell you what they liked about your tweets. When was this book? This book was published. That's when it was put into the library. Can I have a publishing date? This book was published 2024, by the way. House never wins. One of the many reasons it's important to read the comments. Don't forget the quote tweets. There's a lot you can learn about their content too. Also make sure to examine your ill-performing content. At the end of the year, many social media managers like to report or even publish their top content of the year. Side note, once I'm done reading all these books, I'm going to go and try to read a case study on a successful game developer. I want to make sure that I am 100% prepared to work with someone. I want to succeed, so I want y'all to succeed as well. Sounds delicious. Amazing. I always make sure to look at our worst performing content of the year. Top performing content will usually affirm what I already know, but our worst performing content will almost always teach me something new. For instance, one year, our top 3 worst performing tweets all started with the phrase 3 questions or 3 cues. I learned our Twitter audience did not like it when our tweets started that way, so I stopped using the phrase. I still shared the same content, which included 3 questions featuring a person or a subject, but merely stopped using 3 cues in the tweets, and the content performed much better. A small adjustment like that can make a huge difference. Another year, our worst Instagrams were all videos, which made sense, because Instagram, the heck happened? Sorry, I see an error in my console. Okay, we're all good. Continuing on, the error doesn't matter. Just read, bro. I'ma eat your door frame? What? Are you all hungry? Go eat lunch! Why is my chat so hungry? I got a nice wooden shed out in the back. You could eat that. No door frame better. Whatever, man. Go catch a Pokemon. Let's see. Another year, our worst Instagrams were all videos, which makes sense because Instagram was making a huge push for Reels, and the algorithm favored them. Making a data-driven decision, we stopped posting videos in the feed and started looking for more opportunities to post Reels. I'm always telling people to stop doing what doesn't work and make adjustments. I went over how it's okay to stop doing what's not working in Chapter 4. Here's the thing. As social media managers, our responsibilities are always growing. During the pandemic, a lot of our focus shifted to internal communications. Crisis communications took up more and more of my time. There will always be a new social media platform, and no one is going to take things off our plate. We're doing ourselves a favor when we find ineffective content or tactics and allow ourselves to stop doing them. This book is very old. It's 2 years old, bro. It is 2 years old. Come on, man. Give... Really? Oh, really? You really think it's like that, huh? Wait till you learn that a lot of interesting theories were written in 1990s through the 2010s. Those are really interesting stuff. And those are old books. In the long run, you just keep piling on the responsibilities and not removing chores that are not productive or helping you meet your goals. You will burn out quickly. According to a 2020 study conducted by the Institute for Public Relations Digital Media Research Center, Reagan Communications, and the University of Florida, University of Florida PR Department, 57% of social media managers were planning to quit their job within 2 years, and 47% also said they worked more hours than their colleagues. Many of their friends in the industry have suffered from mental health disorders, anxiety, and post-traumatic stress disorder. The burnout is real. Books can last a very long time. Unlucky. I reached the end of the paragraph, and then you played the sound. Books can last a very long time, even if certain parts are outdated for whatever reason. Yeah, exactly. You just need to know what is useful. Because when it comes to knowledge, I hate to break it to you, but we already are the most knowledgeable people on the planet. You and I. You, the chatters, and I, the streamer. The only thing that you probably need to do right now is to get that knowledge and retain it. So once you get a surface level amount of knowledge, you could just dive deeper into what you know and what other people do within your industries. And specifically with that, that's kind of how you improve. You take what you are doing that's bad, you can look at what other people are seeing it, or you could iterate on your own design yourself. But unless you're an intermediate or an expert, you probably can't iterate as much as you possibly can. So in my opinion, if you are a beginner, you go to your experts, grab a book, and you read what the experts have to say. And then afterwards you take what the experts say and you apply it to yourself. That's what I am doing right now. You have all of these resources online, some of them free. You think this model, is just not free to use? It's on, what was it? SketchFab, and it's under Creative Commons. You're able to remix it. Thank you for hugging me, doggo. Like, there's a lot of things you could do. You don't have to create a whole entire library from scratch. You could just use what other people already have because it's already effective. And you could just replicate what they're doing. Who's gonna stop you, right? Oh, speaking of that, this section is called Reuse and Recycle. Social media moves lightning fast, and due to the fact many algorithms will only deliver your content to a portion of your following, there is no chance that every one of your followers saw a post the first time you published it. It's beneficial to post all of your content at least twice. I recommend you just change the text a bit so it's not exactly the same, but push that podcast, blog post, article, video, or whatever it may be again and again as appropriate, especially if it's popular for your audience, and garners a lot of engagement every time. Anytime there's a reason to reshare that piece of content, do it. For instance, say you interviewed Almness, who was a set designer on the latest Marvel movie. Or maybe your organization is doing a collaboration of Marvel, and you had a chance to interview one of the main characters. As long as there weren't any embargoes, you would post the interview as soon as you could. Then, say the movie is nominated for an Oscar, I would take the opportunity to post the interview again. If the alumnus returns to university to speak, I would reshare the interview, and the next time it's National Superhero Day, I would use that content again. If you can, recycle the content and create a GIF or a meme. A lot of people, scratch that. A lot of work and effort went into creating that piece of content. So get the most out of it and give it every chance to be seen by as many people as possible. If a significant date within your organization or holiday relevant to your culture speaks to you, reuse that post you used for the same date 3 years ago. If it was successful, then it will perform well again. This is a common practice and an effective way to stretch your content. UGC, or user-generated content. For anyone working as a one-person social media team, user-generated content, UGC, you don't have to specify again, author, is a great way to add to your content stream. You can encourage people to tag so you could easily share their content. If you do this often, your audience will see it and be motivated to tag you in their relevant posts. You often see restaurants reposting content on Instagram by their customers sharing their recent experiences at the establishment. I feel like Instagram's popularity blew up on food content alone. Another way to go about this is to actively search for people creating content about your organization or brand. There are hundreds of students creating videos about their everyday college experience on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, etc. Search the platforms they're on and look for those who are a good fit for your organization. This is where the practice of listening and monitoring also comes in handy. Direct message that person and ask them if you could share their content on the organization's flagship platforms. Usually the exposure is motivation enough for them to agree. Doing a competitor analysis. A competitor analysis is the process of evaluating your competitors, or if you prefer, your peers on social media. It's like doing a content audit, but the focus of this exercise is on someone else's social media accounts. The fact is, a lot of us are inspired by content we like and what's proven to be successful. We not only model our work after it, but we also sometimes copy it directly. It's an industry practice. That's pretty much what a social media trend or meme is. It's an idea that's copied over and over again. Now, I don't mean plagiarizing. Don't copy another brand's trademarked text or slogan word for word. I'm talking about taking a concept or an idea and making it your own. In higher ed, for example, there are practices that are known to garner a lot of engagement. Content with a mascot, campus beauty shots, particularly in the fall if you're lucky enough to experience a fall season, and content with famous alumni. I can't say that. These practices are utilized by colleges and universities repeatedly because they have proven to work. It's helpful to know that your competitors are doing effectively, so you might explore those tactics yourself. The process could spark a lot of fresh ideas, and if you're not already employing similar tactics, you could benchmark your results, not only against your peers, but how you stand within the industry. To do this, you should identify the top competitors of your organization who are active in social media. I suggest making a list no more than 3 organizations. Doing a proper competitive analysis takes time, and executing it for several competitors. What did you send in chat? Hold on. A thumbs up? What? Oh, that's an ASCII thumbs up! The chat showed up weird. Oh my god. Major distraction. Let's continue. This process could spark a lot of fresh ideas, and if you're already employing similar tactics, you could benchmark your results, not only against your peers, but how you stand within the industry. To do this, you should identify... I already said that. Doing a proper and executing it for several competitors could be an arduous task. But if you have the time, this exercise could be super helpful. Examine each of their accounts individually and in platform. I suggest taking a look at the last 3 months of content at the very least. Reviewing the past year is ideal. I'm on my phone, so I can use my phone emoji. Well, you use your phone emoji right there, but in chat, it popped up an ASCII version. And I think that's really cool. And Doggo's using Dark Viper AU emotes. Here's what you should be tracking. What types of content are they posting? What platforms are they using? How many likes, shares, and comments are they getting? Do they respond to comments? If so, how? How often are they sharing content? What type are they covering? How often are they repurposing content? What are the most popular posts, and what do they have in common? How often are they posting? When are they posting? What is their brand voice and tone? Are they sharing links? If so, how? How often do they share other people's content? What are they using for a profile picture and banner image? How do they describe themselves in the bio? What hashtags are they using? Do they have a branded hashtag? What is their audience growth like? Looking at the types of content your competitors post, particularly the content that is performing well, you could give you content creation ideas. For instance, maybe they're particularly good about having an expert in their political science department comment on world events. Perhaps the same expert has been following the developments of the Russian invasion of Ukraine since it began. Left turn, holy jeez. If you also have a political science department and an expert that could offer similar insights, this is a potential content for your accounts as well. The fuck? you might discover that the expert is already creating and sharing this type of content. Left parenthesis, even better, right parenthesis. And all you would have to do is set up a process to receive the files, text, article link, whatever the content is, and share it on the brand channels. Where did I leave off? What other topics are they covering that you could potentially cover as well? Maybe similar content exists within your organization, but you just haven't tried sharing it on your social channels yet. The key is that whatever your peers are doing that resonates with your audiences, you can do too. Find ways to make it your own and do it better. Pay attention to the platforms your competitors are on. If all your rivals are on platform X and you alone are on platform Y, it might be time to consider platform X, especially if they're all growing large audiences and you're not. It could be that the primary audience isn't on platform Y at the moment. You might consider halting your use on platform Y and changing course. The comments can offer a wealth of insights as well. In theory, since they're your competitor peer, you could share the same audience with the same questions and concerns. But it could be that they're more engaged on your competitors' channels than your own. The questions they're asking or the pain points they're communicating all are potential sources of content. Ah yes, they're on X, such a good place. It means like XYZ. Like this is theme XYZ and then afterwards ABC. That's what it... It does not age well. This is a funny book. Little editing probably didn't go into it. But the information is good. You can write an article, blog post, or create a video answering the question or addressing the pain points. In that sense, your audience is asking for this type of content. Also, try to find out why the audience is more engaged on your competitor's account. Could it be that they're more apt to engage back? Or maybe they're posting more actively on the account. After making these observations, you need to decide whether you want to employ similar tactics, and if so, whether you need more resources to do so. Taking notes if your competitor is posting at different times than you. If they are, and they're showing successes with it,
you are now a conscientious objector to being dead, hippie.
And they're showing success with it, try it out yourself. If not, notice the engagements. Are they getting more engagements than you? Why do you think that is? Time to put your digital detective hat. Time to put on your digital detective hat, my bad. While I am always playing around with the times I post content, I'm also a big believer that audiences will respond to good content no matter when posted. I recognize that Glaceon. Huh? Oh! Oh, Oh! Hello, usernamecipher. You are the exact person that I got this model from on, I think it was SketchFab. Your modeling skills are excellent, by the way. I am quite scared to actually show you what I did to the model in order to make this work in the first place. Usernamecipher has actually... Let me go to my desktop real quick. Usernamecipher has actually done a lot more. Usernamecipher SketchFab. They've done a lot more than just... I like the edit you made, it's pretty cute. Thank you very much, thank you. They did a lot more than just the Glaceon model. They did, I believe these are Team Fortress 2 animal models, which I thought were pretty cute. In fact... I think it was this version of the spy that I thought that I wanted to do before immediately seeing this And I was like, yeah, I wanted to do that. This one's pretty cool. And yeah, thank you for modeling username Cypher. Like, this is... Glad you enjoy them. This is great modeling. I mean, do you have any other social medias? Don't post the link, but make sure you put like a space between the period, so that way it doesn't time you out when you like post a funny link. It's very funny that you showed up. You have a Twitter with the same name. Ah, perfect. A YouTube too. Oh, nice. Let's go to YouTube. Let's see if I could find you. Username Cypher. No, yep. Ah, it's dope. How's that? Some scribble. 5.6k subs. That's good. Let's go on Twitter, the website previously known as Twitter. Your stream got recommended to me on YouTube and I recognized the model lol. Honestly, yeah. Let me just username Cypher. Oh. Follow. You are very popular. Oh. You are very popular. Wish we could have had Weed Cat. I prefer the Glaceon. I like the Glaceon. It's so cute. Anyways, I'm reading a book because my deadline for the library is coming up. And I want to read all of these books instead. You're welcome to hang out in the stream. Username Cypher. I'm just going to be continuing on my book. Where did I leave off of? That's the content. That is this. Here it is. Bye-bye. Oh, and if you want username Cypher, considering follow. Oh my god. Teleported. Considering do a follow. I would appreciate it. Alright, back to the book. Where did I leave off of? Content is precious. There is never enough of it. And when you create something you're practically proud of, it feels like a waste to just post it once. Track how often your competition is repurposing content and how they're repurposing it. Don't just share that awesome video once. Share it several times and in several ways. Get tips from your peers and industry experts by seeing how they do it. Study your competitor's voice and... Yes, study your competitor's voice and tone. Do they have a dry sense of humor? Are they snarky? Not that you want to mimic your competition in this instance. Your brand voice is your brand voice, no matter where you're using it. If it's not consistent, it will not feel authentic. But by learning how your peers present themselves and sound, you can learn ways to accentuate and differentiate your own voice. Not change your voice and tone per se, but play up to your strengths and your originality. We have to lower an octave. We have to work at Blizzard for 7 years. How often is your competitor sharing or liking other people's content? If at all. Generally speaking, there should be around 75% of your content and 25% others. If you're sharing more of another account's content, why wouldn't users just follow the other account? Just as art is known to inspire art, Social media managers are inspired by the work of other social media managers. If there is a peer whose social media presence you especially admire, model your tactics after them and you should see similar success. Make sure to follow them and continue to observe what they're doing. This all takes time, resources, and diligence. At the end of the day, it's important to make your content your own and to stick to your brand's mission and values. You don't have to follow all the social media memes at holidays. In fact, I would argue you don't have to follow any of the social media memes or holidays. I always tell people, if you have to search too hard to find content that may work for a social media holiday, just pass on it. It means it's not a fair fit. But if it's a day that naturally plays into your culture, do it. Have fun with it. For instance, Dunkin' Donuts should be all over National Donut Day. This goes for trends and trending sounds. However, you should be aware of the copyright rules and regulations. It might cost you a lot of money to use a trending sound. Is it really worth it? Is it a no-brainer, or is it a stretch? Again, if you're stretching to find a tie or a reason to use a trending sound, I pass. The 4 types of organic content that drive engagement. Oh no, Tar lost all your fops.
We have you surrounded, at least from this side.
You will not raid me for my fops. It will not happen. I might need more water. My throat gets dry easily from eating. For as long as I've been a social media professional, there have been a lot of certain types of content that I've found always performed well. They've worked for me, and I've seen them work across a number of industries. I've broken them down into 4 categories. Content that intersects your brand with the current moment. The beauty of content is in this first category is that it cannot be manufactured. The moment is completely organic. This content helps when your brand, organization, or a defining aspect of your culture naturally become a part of the current conversation or zeitgeist. This takes sharp social listening skills, as we discussed in Chapter 3. As social media managers, we need to recognize the moment and act quickly in order to capitalize upon it. If we could do this, it will result in what I like to call social media gold. Hey, you don't look very I don't look very organic. I mean, I'm made of ice. I think that's the lore. There's meat somewhere in my body, I'm sure of it. For instance, Harold Williams wore a, what is that? Vivienne Westwood mountain hat to the 2014 Grammy Awards red carpet. It closely resembled the 10-gallon hat the Arby's fast food restaurant adopted as their signature logo. The Arby's social media team reacted quickly and tweeted at Farrell asking for their hat back, tagging Farrell and using the #Grammys hashtag to maximize on visibility. They did this at 8:28 p.m. Eastern Time on January 26th. The broadcast had started 30 minutes earlier. There were also the vigorous debate on how to pronounce GIF. Oh god. No Glaceon is a fluffy thing, just a cold fluffy thing? Oh, okay. I don't know Pokemon. I'ma be real with you. Where was that? This one. Short for Graphic Interchange Format, which is essentially a short video loop. It's a GIF or GIF. The GIF Peanut Butter Twitter account published a tweet at 2:45 p.m. Eastern Time on May 22nd, 2013, definitively stating that it was pronounced just like the peanut butter. This was a fun and clever way for the brand to insert itself into the current conversation, while the debate was at its peak. These social media teams were able to act nimbly, tweeting quick-witted responses to popular cultural moments, capitalizing on the relevance of their brands, and of course audiences loved it. A defining feature. New York City has often been recognized as the fifth star of the TV series Sex and the City. What? It's always there in the background, featuring some of the city's most recognizable spots and attractions. Every brand or organization will have a familiar feature that's always in the background, something their community will feel connected with and rally around. Harvard University had its yard, which houses the famous statue of John Harvard. Peoria, Illinois, has the Murray Baker Bridge, and South Dakota has Mount Rushmore. Getting freaky indeed. There is often a nostalgic element to these features, and they could be a figurehead, a mascot, or even a distinctive building. In higher ed, it could be the campus itself. Images of campus during different seasons is always a crowd pleaser. Continue to find ways to utilize your defining feature in your content. What's going on, chat? Unpolished videos. TikTok's popularity is based around the principle that the more random and more authentic content is, the better. Whilst I'm sure most of us have experienced success with unfiltered, unstylized photos by now, we should not ignore the power of unplanned, unpolished, user-generated videos. Instead, we should take learnings from the TikTok success and see how we can utilize this sort of content for our own brands and organizations. POV, you just got kicked? It's POV, you're just about to get kicked. You don't hear that sound when you already get knocked down. 10 Ways to Sunday. Content that plays on your community's sense of humor. There is so much potential in sharing content that taps into your community's sense of humor. By doing this, you can foster a real sense of "they get me" amongst your followers. There could be an inside joke involved, but the content still needs to make sense to the entire audience, even if they don't pick up on the inside joke. But those "if you know, you know" moments go a long way in creating affinity. Stop teleporting, Brad. However, this type of content is usually nuanced and can be tricky. When I create content with a joke or playing on humor, I always have at least one other person view it before I publish. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Another person might catch saying something like a trigger or a historic reason why I might not want to go down that path. I am constantly trying to punch holes in my own content, because if I don't, everyone else will. Having said that, when done well, humor is a powerful communication tool that brings together people. When users discover you through content that plays on this, they often feel a strong connection with your culture, which can then become brand loyalty. Given content never makes you feel like it's selling you something. It makes you feel like you're a part of something. What is happening? Why are you people gambling? Posting pain point. As keepers of the social media accounts, social media managers often get a lot of questions to post content on the brand channels. Content that doesn't always meet the standards of publishing. While inconvenient, these requests can be quick and easy to deal with. Like I mentioned before, it's important that your media response doesn't sound like a no. Oh, I think they already did this before. Yes. the process doesn't end when you hit publish. If all you are interested in publishing is publishing out content, then you're missing the point of social media. Its revolutionary element is that it gives every person with a computer and an internet connection a way to interact with brands. It levels the playing field. Whereas a brand or organization couldn't hear complaint or criticism of a TV commercial, it could read your comment as well as everything else. Thus, not only is it important to review your content and platform after you posted, but it's also important to return to it once to see how your audience is engaged to it. It's chat, man. One of the coolest things about social media is that it's an instant feedback loop. You will pretty much know instantly if audiences loved your content, hated it, or didn't find it compelling enough to interact with. The interactions and comments are where the community starts to form. Growing an online community is not a sprint, it's a marathon. Consider all the training runners put into preparation for a marathon. This includes miles run, changes of diet, and how in tune they need to be with their bodies. In my experience, you need the... What? What is... You cannot overthrow the house. This is my house. In my expertise, you need that same kind of endurance and dedication to create a sustainable social media strategy. You need to be patient and stick with the program, listening and learning from your audience along the way. No matter what changes crop up, whether it's a shiny new app or a platform altering an algorithm, it's important you stay the course. Don't be overreactive to algorithmic changes. Remember, algorithms are created to get to know you and your preferences. When a platform alters its algorithm, let the new algorithm get to know you as you get to know it. We'll never truly know the equations of the variables, but when you spend time in the platform, another reason is it important to be can't speak. Fear the construction works that will demolish your house. Nuh-uh, you're like the big bad wolf. You're trying to blow down my brick house. Something blowing. Anyways. You'll start to notice what the algorithm favors and what it doesn't. And when you experience the changes firsthand, you can adjust your strategy accordingly, if need be. Despite how many times an algorithm changes, there is one constant I know to be true. More engagement will organically stretch your reach, which will lead to more followers. I've experienced this in every platform I've managed. This is why I find public interactions to be the most important metric in social media. The likes, reactions, shares, and comments that everyone else can see. What? Ultimately, your content will determine how you'll succeed using social media. It takes an endless stream of quality content to be recognized as an account worth following, and all of your content needs to be a part of is the same story. Content must be well written, look good, and sound good. If not, people will scroll right by it for the next piece of content that catches their attention. Create content that has a proven track record. Learn the likes and preferences of your audience, and observe and learn from your peers. You put a lot of work into making your content good, so make it work for you by reusing it as often as it is appropriate if it resonated with your audience the first time. You could have the best social media strategy in the world, without the content to execute this strategy, you will not succeed. This is a page of notes. Alright. Chapter 6, the posting process. Yay. Sorry, I'm yawning. I changed the way I did my streams, so now, immediately after I work, I go on and do a stream. Which is, in my opinion, a lot better, because I'm not tired as crap, like, at 5 p.m. Chapter 6, the posting process. Posting content onto social media platforms is the nuts and bolts of our daily operating procedures. Having an efficient social media workflow system in place is important for consistency and minimizing errors. Not just having a process, but Criminy, I have hiccups now. I need some drinks and water. Maybe take a little nap before streaming. I work from midnight to 8:30 a.m. And I try to take a nap before streaming, but what ends up happening is that I don't take a nap. I try to, but then afterwards I'm so active because of work, and then afterwards I go to sleep, I wake up, and then afterwards the start time for my stream has already passed. So we're doing it like this now, where I immediately stream afterwards, and once I get too tired, I end the stream and then go directly to bed. Life of a streamer. Not just having a process, but recording it and having a living document where every step is noted is beneficial. Any casual... I see. Thank you, Tim. Thank you for seeing. Do you see with your eyes, Tar? That is a way. Indeed. I have my methods to my madness. Any casual social media user can upload an image and hit post, but professionals have a process. There I am. For a social media team, all the players should know what their individual roles are and where all the assets live. And a system will keep everyone on the same page. If you're a lone social media manager, writing your daily procedures in a document helps with transparency and adds to your accountability. You don't want to keep some files in the cloud and others in your downloads folder. You need consistency, and it's good to have something to point to if anyone asks about a specific piece of content or your process. After having reviewed your document, people will understand what times you post in certain platforms, which tools you might use to post content, and where all the assets are stored. It will give them an idea how long it takes to post content. All the assets that need to be orchestrated will come together to form a post, and the crucial times of day you're doing the posting or scheduling post. It is also a good business continuity practice. It's like being Miss USA of your social media accounts. If, for whatever reason, you're unable to perform your duties, the runner-up should be able to
Drop on these shitheads like a fucking piano!
The runner-up should be able to drop on these shitheads like a fucking piano. And pick up where you left off without your audiences noticing. This is the part where I go ahead and I clip that and then I continue reading. Because it's very funny. It was impeccable timing and it was the perfect soundbite too. Oh, that was so good. What do you mean, oh food? Did you left your meatloaf in the oven? What happened? Oh, vanilla is food. Okay, gotcha. Pokemon. A concept I'll go more into detail about Chapter 9. It's also dangerous for a social media manager to store everything in their head, just as it's not ideal for one person to keep all of the content on your own computer. You might have the best and most loyal social media manager in the world, but people get sick or injured. Even the most loyal employee might leave for a better opportunity, and if they're the only person who knows the passwords, where is all the content, and how content is posted? Then what? Of course, they might document everything just before they leave for a new job, but there is always something that gets missed. What if the person tied all of the brand accounts to your personal cell phone number? What if they forgot to document the answers to security questions to get back into the account? What if someone comes up with making up the person unable to share what's in their head? I know I'm presenting them as what-if scenarios. These cases all actually happened. It's vital to have the documented process multiple people can access. From the get-go, you should have all the organization's account information stored in a shared location. It could be a document, an Excel spreadsheet, whatever you and your team prefers, and it should be updated regularly. Here is some of the basic information you should keep in your account document. The date the account was created, the channel, the username and password, the email address, answer to security questions, the cell phone number, and a list of people who have access to the account. If you utilize any third-party platforms, including content management, accounts, and editing tools, it's good to have all that login information stored in a shared space as well. It's also recommended to provide community-issued mobile phones so that employees are not using their personal cell phone to manage brands' accounts. Although, it is very common for social media managers to use their own devices for work-related tasks. While providing a balanced device for everyone might not be so feasible, it's good to have at least one company cell phone, so that the team may have a number they can use to link the brand's accounts. Also consider password management practices that work best for your organization. If you're powered a work-issued mobile device, this may be less than a concern. But if you have interns and students, scratch that. If you have interns or student workers that are employed for a limited amount of time, it's good to have practice to change passwords when the officials leave. Don't forget to update your account document each time. If you need a more secure system than a shared document, you might consider a password management platform to create and store passwords. But in where is it? Where is it? use the same password and everything. Sure, man, whatever. The objective is for more than one person to have the keys to the organizational social media channels. Once you know everything can access these channels, it's important to document a process so that more than one person understands how they can use any document or type or content management platform for your choice by becoming the external hub or dashboard of your workflow. The workflow starts with ideation. If you're recording the process as a spreadsheet, your first column will be a heading ideas, possibilities, or whatever makes the most sense to you and your team. When the idea has stopped in your head, the second part could have looked like the illustration. Where is it? Oops. I keep blanking out. I think I'm done with this page. Oops, I need a sure. Anything that illustrates the content is currently being created. The content creation entry. You should include the following information. The date assigned, the person working on it, if there is more than one person working on a social media team, a brief description of the history, and oh, sorry about that. Hang on, I'm gonna get some energy. Let me gamble. Yeah, I'll let you gamble. I'm not enough just a little bit, so I'm gonna be right back. I'm going to create me some C4 Sport energy drink. I got myself some C4 sport drink. Tasty. What's the sport I'm going to be participating in? Reading. Alright. In case if I start not enough again, I'll just chug that. Let me drink a little bit more. A little bit more. Play ball! What are you, Wii Sports? Oh, that's good stuff. Hey chat, what was your favorite Wii sport? Comment down below. Mine was 100-man sword fighting. That was a fire sport. Alright. The person working on it, if there is more than one person on the social media team, a brief description of the story, where the content is, what it's for, a link to Dropbox, Drive, or whatever all the assets are stored. If using a program, you may be able to upload this content directly into the entry. A title of the story or video, a description for it. Each individual platform it will be posted in, be sure to include the appropriate tags and hashtags in the descriptions. Alternative text and or a caption file, the name of the person to receive an image or video credit if that is a practice you exercise. Weeball. It's super helpful when all of this information is stored in one place. That way, anyone can grab it and post if necessary. It's also useful for archival purposes, and even better if the program you're using to store this information is searchable. I don't know how many times I've gone back to look at the previous content. I'll look back to see what we did for a certain social media holiday or if we covered a certain event and the text we use. I do this to make sure I'm creating fresh content that's not too similar to what we have done in the previous year, or to check that enough time has passed since I used a piece of content when I am considering whether to use it again. Find your rhythm. We all have our idiocentric ways of working. The important thing is that yours works for you. If you want a work process that feels natural to you and is easy to repeat before actually writing it down. The first thing I do at work every morning is scan my email. I don't actually read them yet. I'm scanning them to look for any urgent emails that need my immediate attention or emails containing certain issues I should get to first. If there aren't any pressing issues or priority emails, I'll check on any concerns or conversations I'm currently monitoring on social media to see what's happening with the topic and if there are any new posts worth reporting. Then I will start scheduling my posts for the day by opening up the same 3 tabs I open every time I start this process. I need those tabs in the same order or it messes up my flow. I know it sounds funny, but those 3 tabs have become a part of my muscle memory. Then there's an order to the channels I like to use when I post the content. There's really no rhyme or reason to it, it's just my preference. I start with the copy for each post first, grab an image, write the alt text, and then schedule the content to post at the same time every day. After I take care of posts for the day, my work will vary, but first few hours of my workday are almost always the same. I add this to say that you will find your workflow that just forms naturally. And while you don't have to write it down every step you take in the morning, which is someone else likes with tabs in a different order, you do want to write down which programs you open to perform which specific task. This is actually sounding like a really good book. This is written by a guy who had 20 years in social media manager position. 20 years. I think this guy knows what he's talking about. But the process unfolds organically. There is no right or wrong way to create a posting system. It either works for you and your team, or it doesn't. When finding a process, be open to changes and make adjustments until you find a system that makes sense to everyone, and it's easy to use. If there is a step no one is using or that is no longer necessary, drop it. If there is a step that feels like it's missing, add it. It's a constant work in progress. You need for everyone on the team to adopt the process, or it won't be a complete and cohesive system. When it comes to creating a workflow, there are some logical steps that need to be included within the process, but there are no rules. A basic workflow should include these steps. Oh wow, yeah, he actually knows ball. Number 1, ideation. Planning the content that would be published on your social media channels. This could involve naming the goals and objectives and identifying target audiences. 2, creation. Writing copy, creating images or videos, designing graphics, or creating whatever assets are required. The content could also be entered in a content calendar at this point. Review and approval. Identify your regular reviewers. Loop in additional stakeholders when necessary. 4, schedule and posting. 5, monitoring and engagement. 6, analysis. How is this post performing? What is your audience saying about it? Any additional steps in your workflow system can be unique to your team. You could essentially include whatever steps make sense for you and your team. And you can use whatever program or platform you prefer to actively document the process. It could be a Google spreadsheet, Excel spreadsheet, a Word document. I've known social media managers to use Asana, Trello, Airtable, Buffer, Sprout Social, and Hootsuite. There is Hootsuite. Hootsuite? I went to get water and missed out on Meow Stick. It's truly unfortunate. There is no best or perfect tool. Third-party platforms that boast about being able to do everything can usually perform one task really well and are mediocre at all the others. New programs pop up every year. The key is to find one that fits you and your team's work style. A lot of times it comes down to the interface preference and usability. Here are 2 pro tips when it comes to customizing workflows. Personalize it. You and your team will be using it every day, so it's important that it makes sense to everyone and is easy to use. Make it a workflow that you like to use. Utilize the language of your team and name things by the nicknames your team uses. Fashion it towards how you and your team naturally function. Don't create a system and then force them to use it. It is difficult to adopt it and will not be adopted. Or at least not done well. Keep it flexible. The workflow should be adaptable to the ever-changing landscape of social media. You should easily be able to add new steps or as needed and remove steps that are unnecessary or aren't working. Social media often brings new situations, and the everyday workflow may go out the window, and that's okay. Your workflow template or document will serve as the central location to make sure everyone is still on the same page. Building bridges to build your team. If you're a one-person social media or comms team, I feel for you. It's still just as important to create a workflow template and add partners as you find them. Here is where relationship building can make all the difference in the content you have access to. There are content creators all around you. You just have to look for them. In higher ed, every school department and program has a communications person or team. Reach out to those who have similar audience as yours and ask if you can share content. Offer the files the content you create, ask if they credit you when using the content, and ask if they would mind sharing their content. I've never known a social media manager to turn away an offer of good content, good being the key word here. I've also never known a content creator who didn't want more people to potentially see their work. Following up with metrics on how the content Following up on the metrics on how the content performed will go a long way in furthering the collaboration. Remember, don't just request content, offer it. It needs to be an equal partnership, and the more valuable you are to somebody, the more they will be willing to work with you. Sometimes offering to post their content on the brand channels with a large following and crediting them for their work is all the motivation they need. Everywhere I've worked with, I've gone out of my way to get to know the people who could potentially help me in my daily workflow, even if it's not necessarily on the team. Reviewers, videographers, photographers, editors, graphic designers, getting to know these folks, and more importantly, creating opportunities for them to get to know you can go a long way in creating collaborative relationships. Here is a good example from when I was a TV reporter. And TV news reporters have daily deadlines, so there's a lot of time management involved every day. There's no missing these deadlines. They are hard as a rock. If you miss a deadline, your story just doesn't make the air, and you failed at something that is pretty essential to the job. I had to cover city council meetings regularly, and oftentimes the agenda item I was there to cover would be later in the meeting, or the discussion would go on longer than I was able to stay. In broadcast news, you generally have to enter your story/script for the show and edit your video in time to make it for the newscast. After attending several of these meetings, I noticed there was a city employee who always attended the meetings as well. They were always there when I was there, and they noticed me too. I started talking to them and getting to know them better, and finally one day asked if they would mind giving me a call with the results of the meetings or the issue I was there to cover once it was determined. They were more than happy to help. After that conversation, if I had to leave the meeting early to make air, they would give me a call with the results so I could add them to my reports before air. Finding opportunities to collaborate with people when there are needs to fill is an effective way to make up for the lack of resources. Even better if the needs are mutual. Even though you might not have a team, using this practice you can build one around you. If you build a relationship with someone who is really good at grammar and editing, ask them if they wouldn't mind reviewing things for you from time to time and offer a favor in return. Or maybe you come across the social media account of someone who shares their drawings on the channels. Ask them if they could be willing to create images or content for your organization's channels and give them a credit line. Of course, you don't want to take advantage of anyone's generosity, but building a network helps when you're functioning on your own. Impressive words. Impressive words. That is a pretty impressive words. Twitch theme broke. There we go. Fixed. Tag your content. The posting phase is also a great time to add any tags that are relevant to your content in your workflow document. Tagging is a process through which content is categorized. There are many content management and project management systems that have tagging features built in, but it's just as easy to develop your own system. Tagging content could be a huge asset when it comes to build a content calendar or gather data. If you tag all videos accordingly, you can see how many times a month you're publishing videos in your content calendar. It also helps to narrow down a field if you only want to look at the analytics of your video content. There are no rules when it comes to tagging. You can tag your content in any way that's valuable to your organization. It all depends on what your goals are. At the very basic level, you can tag your content by type, video, image, infographic, text only, etc. You could also tag your content by subject. In higher ed, your tags might include sentence and research, alumni features, first-year student features, and affiliated startups. It all depends on what you want to measure. Having a tagging structure helps to measure the ROI, particularly when you're in an industry where ROI is hard to measure, like communications. Although through tagging, you could definitively state at the end of a fiscal year or during an annual review that you created and posted X pieces of content that helped support the organization's goal of X. The sheer number of content created and shared by social media managers in support of the campaign or messaging priority is an underutilized key performing indicator. Tagging will also help I think I'm skipping a sentence. Here I am. Tagging will also help you reveal gaps in your work or content opportunities. It will show you that you might be heavy on videos and haven't created any recent articles or blog posts. It might also reveal that you've done a lot of student features but haven't posted anything on athletics in a while. After a piece is created, the next field in your research and your social media workflow after in process might be ready for review. You might have additional steps or fields in this column depending on what you review and process. If your manager has looked at it, you could check that off the column. If legal has okayed it, you could check that off the column. If you want to add names, dates to who reviewed the content and when, remember. What? You want to add names and dates to of who reviewed the content and when. There we go. Remember, in social media, it's good to have a light and nimble review process. Social media managers could share many stories on how they created a post on a new trend or meme, and because the approval process was so lengthy with numerous approvers, the trend was over by the time the post was approved. So it's better to not participate in a trend than to be late. I mentioned social media goals in the previous chapter. The key to this type of content is speed. It's important for anyone on the social media workflow to work nimbly and quickly. It's good to have more than one set of eyes for content before it posts. But if fewer reviewers are in this process, the better. It's one thing to have a number of people review content in case of any missed sensitivities or to help with tone, but it's entirely different to have a number of people look at a content because of the organization's bureaucracy. If this is something that can't be helped to work around, perhaps you could be an accepted plan for contents that needs to be expedited with the already answer. There are many social items that are required to have content reviewed by a legal department. In these cases, working with someone in the legal department who understands social media and uses social media themselves can go a long way. It helps to understand social media audiences, the types of content consumed on social media, and the pace at which it is shared. It can also help to offer examples of similar successful content creators by competitors. But tone and delivery are crucial here. You want to offer it as if it is an example of what is actively practiced Looking out again. Hold on. More water. My model's not even showing my head in this at this point. It's important. Rat shit. Holy crap! Skip the sentence. Any education moment is helpful, but I suggest not pushing too hard. It's a
Coming.
Huh. When I say not pushing too hard, that has nothing to do with that, you lewd a person. You lewd sound. Go away. Get. Go on, shoot. God. Alright. Let us continue. Maybe after that you have an assessment column where you add notes on the how. Did I skip the whole entire sentence again? Yes. Any education moment is helpful, but I would suggest not pushing too hard. It's important to implement those people skills to know when the moment is right or not. After it's been reviewed, your next column might be ready to publish. Your following fields should be scheduled. Then once the content is published, you might move it to the posted column. But maybe your process includes posting everything at least 2 times. So the next column right after is ready for second posting. In that column, you might be able to, let's see, you might, your following fields might include scheduled, and once the content is published, then you might move it to posted column. But maybe after your process includes posting everything at least 2 times, so the next column might be a ready for done posting, ready for second done posting. In that column, you might change the text description and choose a different thumbnail if it's a video. Maybe after that, you could have an assessment column where you add notes on how the content was received. Maybe there is a drastic behavior in the number of engineers, number between the first and second time the content was ported. Be ready for the unpredictable. While you want to create a daily workflow, you also have to be ready to scrap your routine at any time. One thing you must be prepared for in this industry is that anything can shake it at any moment, impacting your best laid plans, and you have to be okay with that. During the coronavirus pandemic, social media audiences demonstrated that they cared how brands and organizations reacted to traumatic events, both national and international, controversial public moments, and anything in between that's currently had the attention and focus of the public. These are the instances. What? Broski. Why is this not updating? Broski, please. Okay, I found my place. I keep losing my place. These are the instances where you have to rethink your process for the day and decide what should cause them. We've learned that 9 times out of 10, audiences don't want to hear from us in these instances. If the current issue has nothing to do with the organization of Blind's Church, then we will not listen. Okay. If the current issue has nothing to do with your organization or brand's business, industry, or mission, the best thing is not to make a public post about it on social media. If you do try to create a post, there's a greater chance of getting it wrong than right. If past experience have taught us anything, is that the social media
Igby and I just kicked your ass.
I need more water. Ugh. I'll return to the Las Vegas Raiders tweet about the conviction of Derek Chauvin. The tweet had thousands of comments and 75.6k quote retweets, and almost all of them were critical of the post. These situations are so nuanced and require such a delicate touch that they're hard to get right. In these cases, it's always better to stay quiet. Your audience is not expecting you to say something, so don't inadvertently put your foot in your mouth. You also don't want to come off as being performative or virtue signaling. If you're going to celebrate Women's History Month on social media, but you don't have any women on your board or any executive positions that have a reputation of paying women less than men on average, your social media audiences remind you of those facts. Social media can amplify a strong culture, but it cannot mask a bad. In some situations, you might decide to pause posting for an entire day or longer. At the very least, double check the content you have planned for the day to look through it at the lens of your current environment. If you feel anything could be taken as an indirect comment or in a negative way juxtaposed to your current events, I would advise pulling it and posting it on a later date when the situation has cooled. Read the room. This is the word emotional intelligence, also known as emotional quotient or EQ, is invaluable for social media managers. Being able to recognize emotion in yourself and in others. The ability to feel empathy. Using that kind of awareness to guide your decisions will go a long way in navigating these conditions. Do not underestimate the effectiveness of having a high EQ in this profession. I also recommend not making these decisions by yourself. If you don't have a team, ask people you trust. It could be other social media managers outside your organization, or trusted colleagues or friends. Ask several people. Seeking out different perspectives on an event is always helpful. People with different experiences may see things you miss, and that could mean the difference between avoiding a misstep and walking into a very public arena. Keep in mind any action you take, whether it's creating a post in response to an event or deciding to pause posting for the day, could potentially set a precedence. Any decision made could create ripples, which is why I encourage you to talk it over with your team, your boss, your advisor, whoever is appropriate, and make these types of decisions together. People will question why you responded to one event and not responded another similar event, why you paused posting for one situation but not another. Once you do make the final decision, it's important to document your reasoning for it and start setting parameters around what would warrant you to respond in the same way in the future. Use your organization's mission and activism and social media goals as your North Star in these situations. The closer you stick to them, the more consistent you will be in responding to these types of situations that have so much gray area. There are also many instances that aren't tragic events or catastrophes, but become the topics of social media. For example, when the Netflix What the heck? When the Netflix docuseries Tiger King launched in March of 2020, it reached a US audience of 34.3 million viewers within the first 10 days of its release, according to Nielsen. And the conversation poured into Twitter with 1.8 million mentions of Tiger King. While it might have been trendy fun to add to this conversation, would it have been appropriate for your brand or organization to post about Tiger King? Here are some points to discuss. How does it fit your brand's voice and tone? How does this content support your social media strategy? Have you posted similar content before? If yes, how did it perform? Is it related to your brand or organization in such a way? Or is it just a stretch? These types of scenarios will cause you to scrap your usual workflow and require you to make decisions on the fly, deciding whether or not to post certain types of content. It's important to recognize the differences. If handled badly, it could become a crisis, which drastically changes the situation. If something you post goes virally bad, in most cases the best you can do is own up to your actions. If deemed appropriate, apologize authentically and publicly in a timely fashion. These situations often extend to the social media team. It will need to be handled cross-departmentally. This is the instance of the cases. Waiting too long to respond may cause additional ire from social media audiences. These types of crises are self-inflicted and avoidable. Then there are the unavoidable social media crises. One thing I've learned is that you cannot prepare for every crisis that may hit you on social media. Every precedent I've ever experienced is different, and it's hard to write a playbook when the plays you encounter are different every single time. Even though social media monitoring some issues that look like they're going to, and it's something unmanageable, suddenly fizzle out. Our conversations might not just look like something to worry about, and suddenly makes it turn into a sour issue. A sour issue. An issue that won't go away. Sometimes you're in full crisis management mode when a bigger story hits and people move on from it. Some issues are caused by your own community and influential members of the community as that. Going into profession, it's best to expect that weird. Without even thinking about it, you hit reply all and typed a reactive response and then regretted it the instant you hit send. Now, think about doing all that same thing in response to a thread post, except the reply all is everyone on the internet. My first lesson was, don't react. Process. Whoa. How bad is it really? Is one comment out of 10 negative, or are 300 of the comments criticize your company president, campaign, or whatever the ooh, gotcha. Hmm. Hmm. Whether you're part of... Oof, did I skip a thing again? That's just all about stuff. Whether you're a part of a social media team or a team of one, it's important to document your workflow and posting process. That way it's consistent and transparent. There is no right or wrong process for posting content, or one document type that works best for everyone. The best way is what makes sense for you and your team. There are beneficial ways in this process, like tagging events and allowing flexibility in response to unpredictable events. The majority of the processes will include the meticulous steps that you need to take every day to post content on social media platforms. Get rid of the meticulous. How do I do that? It's Python. Let's see. Yeah, next page. Alright, what chapter is left? When I first started managing social media for our brands, the question I would hear a lot often is, at conferences, workshops, or any type of professional galleries, was, what do you use for a content calendar? Event social media managers wanted to know what tools offer meetings managers used for their content creating calendars. How many people use them, what was in them, and how they manage them. Cutting off me. I'm trying to read a book. Trying not to fall asleep at my desk. I'm almost done with this book. We're 2/3 of the way through. Push forward. As a rookie social media manager, I asked those same questions to the people to the profession I respected. They all generously showed me their content calendars and explained their systems to me in detail. What was in them, how they... Cat, if you're that tired, sleep. No. I got a book to finish. And a library... Stop it. Stop it. Stop. Don't you teleport me to bed now! I will not be teleported. You can't.
Now a conscientious objector to being dead, hippie.
Yes. I have 5k points to spend. Your cloaker noises have no effect here, Obi-Wan Kenobi.
We have you surrounded, at least from this side.
I need to add more funny sounds. Good point, the points challenge. Completely forgot about that. You get your own Neocat if you complete that. How much points did you spend on sounds? Ah. I see. I have two sides. Alright, let's continue. Sleep is for the weak. Let's continue. As we become more seasoned, new social media managers would ask the same of me, and I'm always happy to open my laptop and show them my content calendar. What's in it, how we use it, and from having the same conversation repeatedly from both perspectives, here's what I learned. Nothing will really click until you actually open a document and create your own calendar. When I When I was still wrapping my head around creating a calendar for the first time, my eyes would kind of glaze over when someone else showed me the calendar. As intent I was listening to the explanation, hoping a light would switch on in my brain, it never did. If anything, I think it intimidated me from starting. There was so much text, so many themes to categorize. Of course, it made perfect sense to them. It was their system. I thought it would not distract you. It's raiding cubes. I think that's the whole point, is for me to get distracted by the cubes. And if you have bits, by the balls. I have no idea if that still works, because I can't buy my own bits. But that's the thing, it was their system, not mine. It wasn't until I had my own calendar that I could have a more meaningful conversation about content calendars with other social media professionals that had gone through the process of creating their own. You have more content, context, a point of reference. You can compare and contrast and learn from one another because you have the basic knowledge of how a calendar functions for a team, or doesn't. There are no one-size-fits-all calendars, and there are no rules per se in content calendaring, but there are some necessary basics. Once you learn the basics, you'll be an artist and create something of your own that functions like a well-oiled machine. For you. And your team, if you have a team. It doesn't have to be pretty, and oftentimes you'll find it's a mess, but it just has to work. I'll be honest with you, there are plenty of social media managers out there who are doing a fine job without a content calendar. I would say they're mostly one-person teams. Having a content calendar becomes a bit more crucial when there is more than one person creating content. You can function in this profession without one, but we're not just trying to function, we're trying to excel. Social media is not just about posting content. It's becoming more complex and advanced. Even post is part of a larger body of work. It's the story you're telling about your brand or organization through social media, and your content calendar documents your story. Having a robust calendar... What? No. Yes, having a robust content calendar shows your level of sophistication. But the thing about social media calendars is you don't fully understand their value until you start using one regularly. Tyler A. Thomas, audience advocate and award-winning strategic communicator, puts it in this way. Content calendars are more than a tool to help plan or schedule their content. They help teams of all sizes actively organize how they plan to connect their strategic goals with their desired audiences through content. They help provide transparency to other team members and managers while also providing social media managers a functional tool, helping to be more effective and organized in their day-to-day. As a team, we built content inventories and content calendars. These tools help us align our audience-centric content with our organizational goals. From day-to-day operations to being more transparent with our stakeholders, content calendars are strategic tools we use to be more collaborative, organized, and increase effectiveness. What is a content calendar? It's a written editorial schedule of content that you plan to publish. The funny thing is, it's not necessarily a calendar. It can be, but it could also be a spreadsheet, an application, a third-party platform, or an internal solution. It can be woven into your content management system. The possibilities are endless. The elements that are basically required in all content calendars are the names or titles of the pieces ready for publishing, the exact dates and times you intend to publish them, the platforms on which you plan to post them, and who will do the posting. The rest is up to you. Krista Boniface, Senior Social Media Manager at the University of Toronto, explains her approach. Our team uses Asana for our content calendar shared across teams, which allows us to see which team is working on, comment when there is alignment, and record our links and task completion when the content is wrapped up. It's also highly searchable, which helps out a lot when it comes to reports. The breakthrough I had was when I was planning our university's birthday celebration. I added my content plans from the previous year, including graphics and sample tweets in our content calendar. With a simple search, I was able to pull up the plans from the previous year, which made it extremely easy to adapt the content and freshen it up for another year. My content calendar makes sure I don't miss important dates and events, which makes it easier for me and my team to coordinate what we share per platform. A content calendar is where you want to record all of the days that are relevant to your organization. As a social media manager, you will encounter some chaotic days, weeks, years even. You will lose track of time and important dates will slip your mind. This is when your content calendar will become one of your best friends. It will remind you of key deadlines, relevant historical dates, and niche holidays that are important to your audiences. I can't tell you the number of times our content calendar saved me from completely forgetting about a social holiday or cultural hallmark. It's also good to look at it regularly in order to prepare for upcoming relevant days in advance, which can save you a lot of stress. Here are some of the events you might add to your calendar if they fit your strategy. This is not an exhaustive list, it's only to help you get started. Significant dates to your organization's history. Birthdays are famous or important people in your organizations. Relevant days celebrated by your neighborhood, town, city, state, nation, community. National holidays. Social media holidays that fit your culture. Historical moments that tie in your organizing or culture, e.g. the dedication of Mount Rushmore, the moon landing, the invention of the telephone. Anything related to your mascot, if you have one. National, international, or world days that are meaningful to your organization. Anniversary of any significant launches or efforts. I mentioned earlier that the elements of all content calendars should have ready for publishing the exact dates and times you intend to publish them, the platforms on which you plan to post them, and who's doing the posting. But from there, it's an open canvas. Some people will include more information, but it's up to you. Add what makes sense for you and your team and complements the way you function. Below I've listed some additional elements you might include in your content calendar. Again, there are no rules, no right or wrong way to do this. The goal is to implement a system that works for you. Links, tags, hashtags, mentions, copy, media files, the creator, and if it was done by a team, a partner or a freelancer. Additional people to credit, the type of content, notes about content, topic category. The goal is supports. If it's a repost, if it was request, and who requested it, stakeholders, if it's user-generated content, metrics, if it's part of a campaign, series, or an ongoing hashtag, relevant notes. Like everything else, the motivation to do this should come from your why. Why do you need a content calendar? First and foremost, it helps you keep track of your schedule. Oh, for fuck's sake, hold on. Your campaign Timetables, content themes, and post cadences will come into clear view when you see it all in one central location. It helps to organize your content so you know exactly who's doing what and what's going to be posted and when. You don't need to schedule a post too far in advance. In fact, I don't recommend it. More on that later. When you're starting a new content calendar, it's good to know that you have enough content to fill your channels in the coming days, and if not, you have time to do something about it. If you've been using a content calendar for a while, it will help you be more strategic about your content and more thoughtful about what you plan to post and when. For example, Pi Day is March 14th. The first 6 stages of Pi are 3.14159. Once I pushed a Pi Day post on 3/14th at exactly 1:59 p.m. Details like that are like hidden Easter eggs for your audience to find. It's also a lot of fun when you can be intentional with your posting like that. Content calendars also give you a realistic view of the schedule you can maintain given the content you have to work with. Managing the creation process gives you a micro view of the individual pieces themselves, but seeing the works make up a content calendar gives you a macro view of how all your pieces fit together to tell your organization's story. Danielle Sewell, Director of Digital Marketing of York College of Pennsylvania, had this to say about content calendars. Most people would probably be surprised by the sheer volume of information that comes across a social media's desk. We keep track of events and RSVP deadlines, media coverage, announcements, holidays, and days of observance, upcoming initiatives, and organizational goals. We collect stories from all corners of the business, anecdotes from clients who feel connected to our product, examples of colleagues who are living the mission statement, evidence that our brand goes beyond clever advertising and makes an impact for real people. Content doesn't just happen. It's collected and curated. Creative assets are also needed, from photographs to graphic design to copywriting and beyond. When you are working with that volume of information, especially when you're distilling into content for multiple platforms and varied audiences, you need an organizational tool. For me, a content calendar is essential. It allows me to pull information and storytelling opportunities out of the heap so I can give each deserving piece of content a home on the publishing schedule. From there, I can see a bird's eye view from how our content strategy is coming together, where there are gaps or repetitions, and platforms where we need more investment. It keeps things from falling through the cracks and provides other team members with insight into the types of content we need to develop and the desired timeline for delivery. This is the behind-the-scenes work of social media, and it takes place long before we ever push the publish button. The content calendar is a way to hold ourselves accountable not only to the practices of generating ideas, but to implement them in a way that reaches the right people at the right time on the right platforms. A content calendar will help you inform your strategy and tactics. Maybe your goal was to post in Twitter every day, but upon rearranging your content in a calendar, you realize that you only have enough material to post 3 times a week. Upon discovering this, you chose to post new content 3 times a week and repost old content 3 times a week. You just doubled the amount of posts per week without doubling your workload. Every post, every content you've posted before belongs in your content calendar. It's all about working smarter, not harder. Content is so precious, you want as many people as possible to see the work that's created. I'm a big believer in the COPE method. Create once, publish everywhere. Create once, publish anywhere. Find inventive ways to publish it multiple times on your social media channels. The internet moves so fast, there's no possible way your entire audience caught every one of your posts the first time you publish them. A content calendar can help simulate ideas and brainstorm, with a team or for yourself. It can shine a light in any content gaps you might have. You get a better idea of topics and content types that could use your attention. Maybe your emphasis has been on students' features lately, and you're missing a faculty presence in your content. Or maybe you're heavy on written materials and could use some new videos. Your content calendar will show you any habits you might have fallen into, and it will help you keep your feeds fresh and interesting. If you're someone who fields a lot on posting requests. Having a content calendar can help you respectively and reasonably decline. I'm so sorry, but our calendar is fully booked at the moment. Plans that are written down always feel more final and are taken with more authority. On the other hand, it could also help you see where requests get fit in. Katie Spencer Johnson, SMS educator, consultant, and digital marketer strategist, suggests when you invest in a content calendar for your team, the initial energy you put into building out that content calendar to support that content workflow and create is reflected in your social media and in your team's confidence and strategy. Many folks often struggle with the initial phases of building out a calendar, thinking it has to be a complex document, workflow management system, or creative repository. Start simple. Ask if your calendar is supporting your social media and shift from there. If an Excel document with multiple tabs or a Trello board with multiple team members working, don't sacrifice simplicity for more complex workflows. Invest the time to discussing strategy. Plan out a calendar and work through implementation is a value add for marketing professionals, for leadership, and for organizations as a whole. A content calendar is a building block for social media strategy and tactics. Fascinating. When it comes to tasks like these, the hardest thing to do is start. I personally find the single hardest step is to open a new document or template, no matter what I'm working on. So do me a favor. As we go over some of these basics, remember that your end goal for you is to put something down on paper, or rather that you will be able to type something into this document using the fundamentals you learned in this chapter. It's intimidating to look at a blank page and an empty slate. Try to picture what's on the calendar might look like throughout this chapter. If you like visuals, picture visuals. If you like a color-coded system, imagine something colored. The more real and believable it is, the easier it will be to pour your documents. Headphones. The easier it will pour onto your document when it comes to creation time. Remember, it doesn't have to be perfect, it just has to start. Don't sabotage yourself with perfectionism. Can we talk about perfection? Put an intro. Can we talk about perfectionism for a second? Perfectionism, as defined by the American Psychological Association, is a tendency to demand of others or of oneself an extremely high or even flawless level of performance, in excess to what is required by the situation. It is associated with depression, anxiety, eating disorders, and other mental health problems. Let me iterate, it is clinically linked with depression, anxiety, and mental health problems. As social media managers, we're already at risk of burnout and a myriad of other mental health issues due to dynamics within our profession that are out of our control. In 2020, Christina Garnett, award-winning community building strategist, wrote an essay, "How Can Social Media Managers Survive 2020?" She wrote, "Because their work is attached to a brand and they see the success or failure of that work as a direct reflection of their efforts, even when that work is on a Saturday or Sunday, weekends are no longer real, or late at night when your latest hack puts their team on red alert. You have impassioned staff that continues to consume the never-ending stream of negativity for the sake of preparing and saving a brand. They are burning out, consciously aware that you are about to consume what they are about to consume as soon as they wake up. They are burning out as soon as they sit at their home desks for 12 to 15 hours at a time, constantly on alert." The pandemic was a rough time for social media managers. We learned its importance to guard our mental health, and some of us learned for the first time what mental health is. That's sad. If we can help it, let's not deliberately add to our own stress and anxiety. What I have come to discover is that perfectionism is low self-confidence in disguise. It's a vicious cycle. Don't hide behind a veil of perfectionism and let your need for perfection paralyze you. Shift your mindset from seeking perfection to valuing progress and learning. Embrace mistakes as opportunities for growth and development. Remember that failure is often a stepping stone to success. Don't aim for perfect, aim for done. Done is more productive, I get it. Large projects, tasks can be overwhelming. I often feel the same way. Break them down to smaller, more manageable steps. Start by typing your name, fill in dates, and the rest will come. Celebrate small achievements along the way to stay motivated and build momentum. Newton's first law of motion states that a body at rest will remain at rest and a body in motion will stay in motion. Typing those first few words is all the motion you need to get going. And before you know it, you will have a structure for your calendar. Doesn't Trello have a built-in content calendar? Oh, I have to pay for Trello Premium. Looks like how much? $10 a month. Damn. It's like paying for Twitter, except for you're paying for Trello. Okay, that might actually be pretty good though. Like, I'm a huge fan of Trello. I wouldn't mind supporting them just a little bit. Yeah. The Atlassian app suite is pretty good. Let's just remove that then. We'll pay for Trello, whatever. A perfect content calendar doesn't exist, but you will build a content calendar that's perfect for you. This applies if you've inherited a content calendar system but want to make improvements or adapt it more to how you work. Share your calendar with trusted colleagues, mentors, or friends, and ask them for feedback. External perspectives can help you gain a more balanced view and recognize when your standards are excessively high. No content calendar is final. It's a living, working document that can and should evolve and adapt. When you have a content... Why is there so many C words? When you have a calendar to work with, you could iterate, edit, and get artistic with it. You have more meaningful conversations about campaigns, the content itself, and developing new tactics and strategies. It's exactly like that. Try saying 5 C words in a row, it's so stupid. Maintaining a content calendar. It's challenging to create a content calendar, but its usefulness becomes apparent in maintaining it. Here are some tips on how to successfully maintain a content calendar. Open it around the same time of day. Create your morning routine or post process around your content calendar. Cow. That's cheating. That's 1 syllable. Cow is 1 syllable. It's 2 syllables. Fuck. I hate English. Burn down English's headquarters. Be consistent with what you put in it. Make sure everything is in the same order using the same style guide. That way, everyone who uses it will know exactly where to find everything and what it means. Since it's a tool you will use pretty much every day, make sure it's an interface or a program you enjoy working with. God damn, I really like Trello. Avoid visual clutter. The clearer it is to read, the easier it is to use. Be open to visual feedback and follow through on suggestions. If you want If you want a broad adoption, it helps if other people feel a sense of ownership over the calendar. At the very least, make it a collaborative space. Cross-development. Collaboration. A content calendar not only keeps your own team coordinated, it can also help your team work collaboratively with other teams and departments where everyone can see the something is posting, has access to all the content, and can work cohesively. How many times have you waited on another department or team to give you information, files, and assets? A lack of communication, lack of communication and collaboration between teams creates bottlenecks, frustration, and even mistrust within your organization. With a centrally located shared content calendar, everyone can contribute ideas and has access to everything at the same time. reducing miscommunication and redundancies. Content calendars enable social media content to be aligned with broader marketing goals and campaigns. By mapping out content, themes, topics, or campaigns in advance, organizations can ensure that their social media efforts support their overall marketing objectives and maintain a consistent branding message. Whew. We can also keep everyone aware at any last-minute changes and social media trends, and news can emerge unexpectedly. It's essential to have room for real-time updates and to be able to respond to events in a timely manner. This is also beneficial for a team of one, as keeping team members, other departments, and your boss, or any other stakeholders, should you choose to share it with them, abreast of your plans or any changes to them. You could also make it available to executives and higher-ups who are interested. Remember, all of the details of the content, the description, text, the alt text, the files, everything needed to create the post are also things that can be stored in your content management system. Content calendar can mainly function to indicate when and where you plan to post the content and who will do the posting. But the content calendar can also serve as your content management system if you prefer. Again, all that comes down to what works best for you and your team. Organic social media is a lot. We're finally to somewhere. We're finally talking about organic social media again. Holy crap. Organic social media is a long game and consistency is your friend. There are a lot of meticulous work involved with professional social media posting. I don't mean perfectionism. The fact is that there are... The fact is... Where is it? There is an endless number of details to go into posting on social. For example, I'll notice a post didn't publish and I'll backtrack to see what went wrong. It could... No. No. God, no. It's a small... Because it's... And because I've scheduled a time for PM instead of AM. It's a small detail that could have turned into a bigger error for the post as part of a coordinated campaign. This is why I'm consistently triple checking and rechecking every text every time I look at it. Shut the fuck up!
You are now a conscientious objector to being dead, hippie.
Ugh. I'll put in spam audio files. I made you sad? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I'm sorry, Tar. I'm sorry, Dowie. Here. Alright. Here you go. Have a hug. So mean yelling at us. Try to read a book here, broski. I'm trying to read a book here, broski. I'm trying to read. Oh, okay, me lurk now. Oh, you have the mermaid cat. Anyways. Oh my god, those sounds really get to me if they just keep playing. Holy shit. Alright. I recheck it every time I look at it. I don't know why small errors are more apparent to me after they're published, but that's another reason why I'm always looking at the content and platform. It's one last opportunity to be the first to catch an error. I'll delete it and post it again. No guilt, no problem, just as long as it's not public for too long. That might seem like tedious work, but it becomes a habit for me. It's all a part of the process. Rechecking your content and working in your content calendar every day will make you a meticulous and detail-oriented social media manager. If football is a game of inches, then social media is a profession of single characters. Every period, space, and field matters. Say you're publishing content for a brand several times a day in several different platforms, and if you optimize your content, the text should be varied a bit for each platform. There are videos and caption files to upload and several fields to enter within each channel. If you happen to cut and paste a name incorrectly once, then chances are it will show up incorrectly in more than one spot. While we are all human, these errors are not taken so kindly when it's an organization. The public expects us to get these details right. Typos and errors happen, but when they occur repeatedly, it starts to hurt your brand. This is where content calendars are helpful, particularly when it comes to posting dates and times. And if there is one location where your content lives, whether that is your content management system or your content calendar, it's grabbing the content from the same place, and the higher chances are that your content is uniform. Say there is an error. If there are several eyes looking at it in the same place, chances are that greater someone will catch the inconsistency. Trust me, you want eyes on your content, your process, and your calendar. When you bring people in early and sincerely listen to your feedback, it gains trust and buy-in. Two things that are crucial to building relationships on your team and with anyone you need to interact with during the posting process. You don't want to be seen as a gatekeeper of the channels, but a good steward in your organization's social presence. Presence. I've learned that multiple perspectives always make the content or the work in general better. I don't mean nitpicking words. I mean seeing a pain point I might have missed or a cultural view I was not aware of. Diversity of thought is always an asset in any team. Woo! Am I close to the next chapter? Oh, shit. There's a lot to go through. This is all about content calendars? Like, dang. Alright. Okay. Read 40 pages. I really need to use the bathroom. I will be right back. I need to take a shit. I want to get a small update to me being EP. I'm no longer tired. My brain was like, oh, you just like passed the time you slept by like 2 hours. Okay, you shouldn't be tired anymore. So now I'm no longer tired. I want to head to sleep at 1700. Or at least 1600. So that way I could get enough of the Z's to go to my job and get some good eats. But at the same time, I don't want to finish this book. ETA gonna finish it in 2 hours. Everyone doing well? Enjoying the stream? This is quite a thing. I don't think I ever, like, had this sort of mindset with streaming. Just, essentially, oh, this is wild. I literally never thought of just streaming in this sort of way of doing my daily activities, and at the same time having it like make me so much better as a person. It's surprising to see, and I like it. I like doing this. I want to make a lot of money from this. And you know how we do that? Knowledge. We read books. Let's go read a book right now. Hey Tar, you doing okay? No hard free into woo? Hold on. I need a more high. No hard free into woo? I hope you're not mowing your lawn. I remember when 13 Degrees came in here and he was like, yeah, I'm just gonna lurk for a bit because I'm gonna mow my lawn. It's fucking awesome. Dude's a legend. That was awesome. Alright. And he came back too. He was like, yeah, I cut my grass. Alright. A content calendar also becomes an archival of social media data from your organization. Not necessarily metrics, but historic information regarding content, strategy, completed campaigns, and more. This is why it's helpful for your calendar to be searchable. It provides a chronological record for your content that has been published on your organization's social media platforms. By looking back at the previous post, you can quickly view the types of content, themes, messaging, and images that were used. Like the example Krista Boniface gave, you will find you clipped the crash out. I'm going to post it on my channel, saying it's the most not invalid crash out ever. I guess I got over my sleep deprivation. I guess that's what amplified it. I would have probably been fine if I was playing video games and you were spamming effects. Dude, there's cloakers in Rockay City? Anyways. You will find yourself searching your calendar for plans on how you covered something in previous years, allowing you to leverage proven content strategies and extend your lifespan of high-performing content. It'll also help you answer questions from leadership like, how many times did you post that subject X last month? Or what day and time did post Y go out? And have we shared it again since? It will help you save time and effort compared to scrolling through your social media feeds or searching within the platforms of trying to remember what is polished. In some cases, it can help you with compliance and legal regulations, helping to maintain a record of what was published and facilitating any necessary audits or reviews. Alternatively, if you should leave a position, the content calendar, particularly if been using the same system for a number of years, will become your legacy. Chances are, the next person who fills your old position will continue to use your system. At the very least, I guarantee they will look back at it to see what was done on certain days and how certain topics were covered. It provides insights. It provides insights into the tone and personality of the channels, and it covers where the opportunities are. Content calendars can also include metrics, and this type of information can be used to evaluate the performance of your past social media campaigns, identified successful strategies, and make data-driven decisions to optimize future content. If I were to start managing social media channels for a new brand tomorrow, I think one of the first things I would take is a deep dive into the content calendar. If you don't have a content calendar, there's a huge opportunity to start one. But the learning curve might just be a little steeper. Avoid scheduling too far in advance. I said to get back to why I caution against scheduling content too far in advance. This is one of those practices I've done a complete 180 turn over in my career. You'll find that happens in this profession. Platforms evolve, the environments will change, your goals and strategies will vary, and you will rethink practices you once held in steadfast. It means you're flexible to willing to evolve right alongside with this industry. I was all about scheduling content in advance, and did it whenever I could, until it betrayed me. That's a bit dramatic, but you only have to have a bad experience once to be hesitant about doing... Oh, a different type of stream, cool. I'm reading book from library. This one is Book Organic Social Media, How to Build Flourishing Online Communities by Jenny Lee Fowler. I'm on page 133 if you want to follow along. And, yeah, I'm just using my Twitch channel as a way to do work. This is one way. Funny enough, Fender, what I'm reading right now, like I said before, social media, I have 2 other books about marketing. In a way, this does go back into what I've been doing, game/software development. Because half of this industry is marketing. It's literally putting yourself out there. Which is why I'm devoting a lot of time into trying to learn how to market myself. Let's continue. For example, if you have a celebratory post scheduled in advance for a totally benign reason, maybe it's the first day of spring or the day your company was founded, or you set it in your content management system and forget all about it, task done. I would suck at this because I'm a terrible reader. I'm also a terrible reader. You could hear me flubber sentences all the time. I still have fun. But then the day something tragic happens to the country, or maybe even closer to home, and that harmless post will all of a sudden be completely inappropriate and tone deaf. The longer the post is out there, the worse it is. Yeah, I could hear it, but trust me, worse. Oh well. How's your day been going, Fender? Because my day has been going pretty swell. I had a good job. I had a good work at my job today. And I'm reading. This happens regularly. I knew a colleague who once posted a happy birthday message for a well-known professor within the department. The day it posted, bad news broke out about the professor. One night, I scheduled a post for later the same day. It was something along the lines of goodbye, good night, and have a great weekend. And, well, what do you know? Minutes after it published, the news of Ruth Bader Ginsburg's death was released. I was sad to learn of the news, and then all of a sudden I remember my scheduled post. Alright. One time I read something that said Gerard James Nicholas as Gerard Hetfield in Metallica. A day is great today? Excellent. We love a good day. Uh-oh. Ooh, my boss wants me to call them. Ooh. I'll be right back. Just very quickly. Yeah, that was fun. Work decided to call me. Alright. Let's get back to reading. Sorry about that. Anyways, Fender, my day has been going great, as well. did I leave off of? Right here. It was only up for a few minutes, but the comments had already started. Nope, bad timing, not this weekend. I deleted the post, and fortunately no one has ever said to me anything about it, but the lesson was learned. A content calendar also helps you demonstrate your expertise. Whoa. Just the thoughts of reading makes me nervous, and I read books every day. I don't know why I get nervous from when I pick up a book. There's too much knowledge in your book. That's why you're nervous. The ether of knowledge is spooky or something. To be honest, that's a pretty interesting anxiety to have. I do wonder what is causing it, to be honest. Right. The value social media managers bring to organizations has yet to be fully discovered. There are many people in middle to upper management positions who believe that they could do social media professionally, but they choose not to. Because of this firmly held belief, social media managers often find their input is overlooked or ignored altogether. You only have to read a few entries from the social media tea websites to realize social media is still vastly misunderstood. Social media tea is an outlet where social media managers will anonymously spill the tea about something that happened to them at work. Here are some entries. My job recently went through a rebrand, and higher-ups insisted we make all new social media pages instead of just rebranding our old pages. I'm a little confused why our engagement is so low. I asked people to add a QR code to a Facebook I was asked to add a QR code to a Facebook post so viewers could use their phone to go directly to a registration page. Facebook of all places, you're joking. I was asked to register a hashtag. I have no words for how this makes me feel. Register a hashtag. That's awesome. One area you can start to exert your expertise in is recording your work in a content calendar in a clear and systematic way. No one can appreciate a well-managed, well-documented system. These steps help you earn credibility, and little by little, the recommendations and opinions will be valued. Education is a huge part of the social media profession. Register a hashtag. It's not a part of any of us expected or necessarily signed up for, but the better you are at it, the further it will take you in this profession. Your conversations will range from explaining what a hashtag is to how to reach an audience in China. This profession will make you feel like you're in a revolving door. In order to have any longevity, you have to be okay with that. Most social media positions are entry-level positions. You'll watch your colleagues come and go, and if you spend time advising new social media managers, you'll come to the same conversations repeated. If you're a consultant or on the agency side and work with clients, you'll have to find yourself explaining the same concepts, answering the same questions, and sharing the same cautionary tales over and over again. Although you may feel like our profession is not progressing, every education moment, every time we help someone understand an element of social media better, every opportunity we take to expand someone's knowledge about social media, we help to advance our field as a whole. Own your experience and teach your colleagues that it's not as simple as they think. And at the same time, demonstrate that you know what you are doing. Explaining things to those not familiar with the concepts while making the listener feel good about it is an underrated skill. Here's a guide to tell you about educating your colleagues about social media. I don't want to educate people about social media. Let's skip all that. Sometimes it's not what you're saying, but how you say it that makes all the difference. I've learned you could just be sharing an amazing idea or an incredible insight, but if your facial expression looks undecided, or your voice is shaky, or your whole body language is insecure, then it doesn't matter what you're saying because your actions are speaking louder. When I first started public speaking, I had a habit of asking my audience for confirmation. I would repeatedly ask them, do you know what I mean, or does that make sense? I realized these questions were juvenile and it makes me come across as amateur. These habits were formed in our speech and body language are hard to undo, but they detract from our experience and knowledge, particularly if you're trying to gain standing with older generations who are also colleagues and are on the leadership team. Here are some steps you could instantly boost your confidence and credibility. Eliminate these 3 words from vocabulary images. Just. The word just makes you sound timid or apologetic. Removing it from the vernacular makes you sound more straightforward and sure of yourself. Sorry. What are you sorry about? Reserve this form for when you really have something to apologize for. But. But sounds dismissive or like you're trying to make an excuse. Use and instead. It sounds more agreeable and affirming, and 2 thoughts can be true at the same time. Yes. Stop using qualifying phrases. Qualifying phrases are expressions that people use to soften their statements or make them less definitive, and it comes across as unsure. These phrases include think, I guess, maybe, sort of, kind of, I'm not an expert, but... Actually, you are an expert. You should act and speak like one. I'm sorry, I think I'm starting to get why some people are like very good at public social media stuff. Stand with equal weight on both feet when speaking in front of a group or giving a presentation. Women in particular, sexism, have a tendency to cross their feet at the ankles or shift their weight from side to side. When your footing is unsteady, you come across as unsure. Stop doing this. Women especially. What a sexist statement. Stand up straight. Your mother had good reason to nag you about this. People with a lack of self-confidence will physically try to make themselves appear small and less noticeable by slouching their posture. Practice your intro. If you have to introduce yourself, it means you're in front of people who will hear you speak for the first time. Our brain has a way of sabotaging us in a situation and overthinking it. Practice so it's muscle memory. Start strong will give you confidence along the way. Speaking up. Speaking softly or mumbling implies uncertainty and being fearful or intimidating. Make eye contact with different people in the room. This displays interest and confidence. While not being able to make eye contact comes directly as shyness and a lack of self-awareness. Don't make your statements sound like questions. Speak like there are periods at the end of your sentences. If your sentences sound like questions, people will think you're questioning yourself. And if you seem hesitant about what you're saying and others will feel the same way. In summary, don't belittle yourself about your speech, stand firmly, practice your intro, and have a conviction in what you're saying. Remember, no one knows the channels like you do. No one knows the channels like you do. No one listens to and understands your social audiences like you do. You're the one who comprehends the current social climate. If you need a hype squad, reach out to your social media colleagues. The social media community is extremely supportive. I mentioned earlier how generous social media managers are with their time in showing and explaining their content calendars to me. The community really came together and became even closer during the pandemic. Nom. It was like other social media managers were the only ones who truly understood what we were experiencing. We all leaned in to encourage and support one another during this particularly taxing time. We're all rooting for each other. I'm rooting for you. You will find the incredible support system of other professionals in the industry if you reach out and ask for it. If the execution of social media is experienced in the posting of content, the execution of a social media strategy is evident in a content calendar. This chapter is really long. It gives you a wide view of the content you're posting. Sometimes you can get too much in the weeds when creating content. It's not easy to look up from it, but a calendar gives you a complete picture of what you're posting and whether you're supporting all the goals and implementing your strategy as you had intended. Key takeaways. A content calendar can serve as a central hub of information for your social... Well, bless you, doggo. For your social media team and beyond. It doesn't have to be pretty, it just has to work. Easy to utilize, and it needs full buy-in from the team. It can help you establish a posting schedule, organize your content, make sure your content is varied and balanced, and track and analyze your content performance. Create a new social media calendar can feel like a huge undertaking, but blah 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 blah. It can also serve as an archive. Period. I don't think you need any more explanation. That's a whole one paragraph for just explaining that it's an archive. This chapter is called What Metrics Should You Be Tracking on Social Media? Am I pregnant and... What did I say? In my opinion, impressions to interactions. That's what I like to track. There's a thing I learned in high school that has stuck with me. Figures don't lie, but liars will figure. Yeah, it kind of sounded like that. I don't know what came out of my mouth during that time, but I was like, damn. Terrible. You're gonna clip that, aren't you? I'm gonna post that on my story. Alright. Numbers can't speak for themselves. It's the story we build around them that is compelling or misleading. It's possible to manipulate the numbers to say what we want them to say. No, I won't, but you can't if you want. Amazing grammar. It's possible to manipulate the numbers in the way that we want them to say. Wait, Twitch, clip that. Did it work? Did it work? Did the feature work? Did it work? Did the feature work? I don't know if the feature worked. I legitimately can't tell. Oh well. When it comes to metrics, fuck, I skipped something. It's possible to manipulate the numbers in the way where we want them to say, when it's so much important to be good stewards of the metrics. When it comes to metrics, context is extremely important. I suspect, Joe Mama. Okay. I suspect this is how the term vanity metrics came to be. When social media was in its infancy, it was organic for the most part, and the growth became much easier. As a result, numbers, particularly the impressions, were ridiculously big. It was easy to show them off the leadership. Look how many impressions our posts are getting, without really saying what it meant. In turn, they were not only impressed but enamored with the large numbers. Since it sounded pretty good, we often would ask for clarification, and we repeatedly failed to clearly define what an impression was and what was a potential view and not an absolute view. Without proving context, flexing the large numbers seems vain. Thus, certain metrics carried the signal of being vanity metrics. In addition, leadership came to expect large numbers from social media since it felt like they came so easy, which created a big problem for social media managers down the line. But I believe metrics are not just vain. People are vain. Big numbers are fine, but context is crucial. Just because a metric is large doesn't necessarily mean it's impressive or positive. The opposite is true. Just because the number is small doesn't mean it's not impressive. Size doesn't matter. A million impressions seems good until you learn the same platform saw 5 million impressions the week before, and then you realize there's more to the story. And 2 likes might seem low, but it's not if you are used to only receiving 1 like on your posts, in which case you just doubled your engagement. It's part of the social media manager's job to authentically convey what the analytics show and not doctor the meaning in any way. Organic social media metrics. When managing social media organically, you could only access to the metrics that a platform provides for free. Paid social advertising will unlock an entirely new menu of metrics, but there is a lot you can learn from organic metrics. There are the public interactions everyone can see, the metrics a platform makes available to everyone on every account, reactions, comment, share, follow account, and there are also engagements that are only accessible to account owner, such as impressions, reach, link clicks, and page clicks. Public interactions and engagements are all within the platform. The public interactions everyone can see give you insights to the content itself. The engagements only you can see offer the insight of your ROI, and that's a place to start. Here are some common types of I already know these. Yeah, I already know these. Yep. Paid for metrics. There are many third-party solutions that offer robust social media analytics, but keep in mind that they have access to the same metrics everyone else has to. It's just that they've written algorithms, or develop an application programming interface, API, that's allowed to access and collect large swaths of data, and they can do really cool things with it, like offer a historic comparative analysis or create visually appealing charts that are easier to interpret and share with stakeholders that effectively communicate your social media performance and help you with the present and help you present the data in a more compelling way. While native analytics within social media platforms offer valuable insights, third-party solutions can provide additional features, customization options, cross-platform measurement, and advanced analytics capabilities. They sometimes provide a deeper understanding of the audience's characteristics, preferences, and sentiment towards your brand or content. Ultimately, the decision to pay for a third-party solution depends on your specific needs, the complexity of your social media strategy, and the level of insights and functionality you might seek. However, these types of solutions are often expensive, and while they can help with while they can be helpful, they're not always necessary. At the end of the day, third-party tools aren't given any unique metrics that aren't available to the public. I like to keep that in mind, because if I lose my budget tomorrow, I don't have to have a budget to begin with. It's absolutely possible to keep track of your analytics with what's provided from the platform natively. Whew. And if I'm lucky enough to have a third-party solution at my disposal, I make sure to always disclose that information every time I share data provided by the tool. In the event I should lose the tool, it's understood that I cannot continue to provide the same analytics or graphic, or whatever the case may be. Let's see. One challenging and perhaps somewhat annoying aspect about social media is that many of the platforms have their own terms for interactions, options, and elements of the social platform. Social media platforms aim to establish their own brand identity and differentiate themselves from competitors, and using distinct terminology helps create a sense of uniqueness and brand recognition. It allows users to identify and associate specific terms with a particular platform and identify and associate and distinguish it from the others in the market. For instance, a post is a tweet in Twitter, a pin in Pinterest, and a TikTok in TikTok. Sometimes the term is not what you might think it is. For instance, a Facebook page like and a Facebook page follow are two different actions. The terms are not interchangeable. A page like is more of a public display of support and affinity for a brand or organization, because like will be shown in the About section of a person's Facebook page. A name or profile picture of a person who likes a page may also be shown on the brand page or in their ads about the page. Page likes will also inform the page the types of Facebook ads a user is shown. But a page follow, a user will only receive page updates of posts in their feed about the brand's page. In this case, the profile picture will not be shown on the brand's page or any of the platform ads about the brand. A page like is an automatic follow, but the opposite is not true. You could follow a page without liking it, and you could also like a page and unfollow it. which means you will stop receiving the updates and content in your feed, but the brand will still show up in your like and in your about section and can still use your name, profile picture on their page and ads. I find that the follower total is a stronger indicator of the number of people who would like to see your content in your feeds. Whew. Liking a Facebook page is a public display of support, while a Facebook follower is more interested in receiving the brand's content. This has caused a lot of confusion among social media managers, and it's confusing to us. It will surely not make sense to the average social media user, let alone the non-users we might have to report to. If we don't take the time to explain and define these differences, it can become tricky down the line. Ooh-wee. Oh wow. Take time to discover what Hey, Thursday! Oh, I keep going in the BR back screen, but I need a BR back. I am thirsty! Something, a juice box. Okay, there's a reference that I want. I better see. Shorts. I think I'm spelling this wrong. Numbers. Before I finish this juice box. I want to see. Listen. This one's funny. Oh, no, it's not the video. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Video. What? It just ported me back to the 2010s. Is this even... I literally just wanted this video. And... Alright. Amazing. Google search sucks. Hang on. Put a DuckDuckGo. Fuck you. So it's not better, but legitimately, well, it is better. Is this the video? Come on, give me the video. Give me the video. Give me the video. Is it this one? Nope. Give me the video! It's not giving me the video. Why is Kahoot on here? Did I ask? Maybe if I shorten it. Nope. I have to go to Tumblr to find it. And I'm gonna be honest, I am not going to Tumblr. How long is Trello Premium? $14, you say? Honestly, that might be good. That might make me more productive. I might do stuff outside of the thing. I'll take a look at what Trello Premium has to offer. That might actually be my content calendar. Alright. Let's continue. As a social media managers, we spend a lot of time posting content. And that makes sense because it's a huge part of our jobs. We tend to notice really quickly when an edit button has moved or changed, or if the delete button is no longer where it used to be. But I don't think we spend enough time exploring what the platforms are giving users. And they change regularly, but not enough of us are noticing. For instance, in Meta Business Suite Insights, did you know that you could view the metrics on all of your content on Facebook and Instagram? You could also filter the information to just display Facebook posts or Facebook stories, or just Instagram feed posts. You could also change the view from highest to lowest likes and reactions, or highest to lowest. You could also play around with it and discover a lot of information about your content. Sometimes we let our personal feelings about a platform prevent us from spending any meaningful time within it. But the platforms change every day. Sometimes they change in ways that are beneficial to social media managers. This is not always the case, but I've learned it happens. I encourage you to click around the platforms themselves and see what they offer. I almost always find something new when I do. Sip some. I also encourage you to take advantage of the free services offered by third-party tools. For example, by signing up for a 14-day trial. What is the coincidence? I was viewing one of those. This book is advertising Trello Premium. Or however long it's offered for, you could get a robust competitive analysis for free and gather all the industry data you can. Take screenshots for the duration of the free trial. It will give you the analysis you need to get a clear picture of how your social channels and content stack up against your competitors and where you stand within the industry at the time. Then, a year later, if you want a yearly comparison, sign up for the free trial again. If there's a new tool out there and you're curious about what it looks like or what it offers, ask for a demo. They will almost always cater it to your brand or organization. See what you can learn. Sure, you'll get a lot of marketing emails or communications from pushy sales representatives, but don't you already? Might as well get something out of it. As a social media manager or director, it will also give you an idea of your third-party tools that are out there. And you can make meaningful recommendations if you have a chance to view them firsthand. Subsection, it's an individual quest. One question I get asked a lot is, how should I be tracking? You should be tracking with your eyes. It's called eye tracking. I like how serious my model gets when my face is out of the frame. Anyways. There is no universal response to this question. The truth is, I can't answer it for anyone except myself. Every social media manager needs to discover this for themselves because it really depends. It depends on what your organization's goals are. It depends on what your objectives are for using social media as a tool. It depends what industry you're in. I can tell you I'm tracking what I'm done dozens of times, but my metrics are aligned with the goals of my organization and don't always resonate with other social media managers. When Google Analytics was first introduced, social media managers thought it would be an answer to all of their analytical needs. What we realized was Google Analytics offered a lot of data, and some of it was related to social media, but it didn't show us what we should be tracking. You go into Google Analytics without knowing exactly what you're looking for, it's easy to get overwhelmed. I've learned the answers aren't in the numbers themselves, but in a constant assessment of the numbers. There will always be a new tool that suggests it can do everything or give you all the analytics you need, but this is rarely, if ever, true. When using an analytics tool, you might offer a number of services and insights, but you have to go into it knowing what you're looking for, or else it will be meaningless to you if you don't know which ones to apply during your strategy. It's like building a house before you know how many bedrooms or bathrooms you need, and you're hoping the contractor will know and automatically build you a dream house for you. Sip, sip. Rinse and repeat. What are you reading? I am reading! Oh, hello Canomir, by the way. Organic Social Media, How to Build Flourishing Online Communities by Jenny Lee Fowler. Ha! Quality. Book, I think. I mean, it's quite knowledgeable. I quite like it. Welcome to the stream, by the way. I'm currently on page 145. We are 40 pages away from the end. Stick with me and you'll have a lot of fun. Oops. Oh, I refreshed everything. How many books left to go? I have 2. 2 whole books left. After this, of course. This one was technically first book, then after it's ending his second book. His second book, let's take a glance at it. It has 260 pages, and it's a lot bigger book, so I don't know, it's probably going to take like 8 hours to read. Stick around, you might learn something, because I'm learning a lot. I'm learning so much right now. You have no idea. It's important to look at the same metrics regularly and over a long period of time. No matter which metrics you choose to track, whether it's impressions, links, clicks, views, whatever, the value comes in recording them over time. What are you learning? Well, it's the title of the book, How to Build Flourishing Online Communities. Essentially what I'm trying to do is marketing. Because half of this software development industry is legitimately marketing. Like if you go to any channel, like what was it, Thomas Brush, half of his videos are about marketing and the other half is about game design. Game Maker's Toolkit is probably the only one that does full-fledged game design stuff. And Bracky's also does a little bit of software development stuff. Right, let's go and learn. My book is upside down. Rinse and repeat. It's important to look at the same metrics regularly and over a long period of time. No matter which metrics you choose to track, whether it's impression. I already read that. I know it sounds strange, but even if you don't necessarily know why you're tracking them at first, you will come to understand the value of the exercise with time. I always tell people when they're starting out, start with just 1 or 2 metrics. In tracking numbers, you will enter them into a spreadsheet or a document every month. You will own that data, and that in itself will become valuable. Did you keep an account and talk to the chat at the time? No. Not at all. It's fun talking to chat, though. I didn't expect to talk to chat. The platforms will only allow you to look back at data for a limited amount of time, but if you own that data, you will own a historic perspective. This will be a long live stream. I need to like go to bed so that way I could wake up and go to my job. I'm sure it'll be fine. It'll be fine. It will own a perspective, historic perspective, and looking at the same metrics regularly provides several benefits for evaluating your social media performance and informing your future content decisions. It allows you to monitor and can ask what you work. As in, like, the job I have right now, the thing I do when I'm VTubing, software development. I do half and half. Currently, I am making a program that scrapes the, not exactly scrapes the web, but essentially takes control of your browser and automatically posts to multiple different social media sites. And at the same time, I am working on, what is it? This. To my left right here, that's my Twitch integration. I made that myself, and it works completely flawlessly. All these cats you see, that's my Twitch people. One more thing. I'm working on video games as well. So I do anything that's within software, that's what I do. Outside of streaming, I do overnight shifts at retail. Sounds useful for people who do marketing. I have to do marketing. I'm kind of forced to. Otherwise, I won't be able to grow. Right now, I'm only getting a little bit lucky when it comes to Twitch, only because I'm like streaming a lot, essentially. How is reading? Reading is good. I read through 50 pages. Oh my god, spending so long. Let us continue. This helps you understand how your social media presence is evolving and whether your strategies are effective in achieving your goals. It helps you determine if you're on track to falling behind or exceeding expectations. It also helps you make data-driven adjustments to your strategies and tactics. Read this page? Doing that right now. I'm reading. Examining the same metrics over an extended period allow you to identify seasonality or reoccurring patterns in your social media performance. Certain industries or campaigns may experience fluctuation in metrics due to factors like holidays, news events, or changing user behaviors. And by recognizing these patterns, you can make adjustments and learning favorable patterns or mitigating challenges during those slower periods. By comparing the same metrics before, during, and after a campaign, you can determine if your campaign had the desired impact. And this enables you to learn from the past campaigns and optimize future ones. You also accumulate a wealth of data that can inform your decision making process. Long-term data provides a more comprehensive and reliable understanding of your tactics, allowing you to make informed decisions based on historical trends and patterns. It helps you to identify what's working and what's not, guiding your strategy and how you allocate your resources. Tracking the same metrics over time provides a clear and consistent basis for reporting, enabling you to present progress, improvements, or challenges you experience and demonstrate the impact of your social media efforts. Do I go fishing? No. I do not go fishing at all. It is not a thing I enjoy. Like, I went fishing before, it's just bad fun. Not fun for me. I'll be honest, in my first social media position, I was a little lost when it came to collecting and reporting data. In fact, no one was asking me for social media reports, so it wasn't even a priority. I started collecting the total number of followers per platform in a spreadsheet at the start of every month. I wasn't recording the information on the first of every month. I got to it when I could, but it didn't hurt the process. The important thing was when I was recording the total every month. What's bad about it? Just the waiting part. I like to do things. It's probably just my autistic brain speaking, but I like to do things that is like has instant gratification. So I like video games a lot. It's an interactive medium. I like playing the games and seeing the shooty bang bang explosion, all that fun stuff. With game development, it's instantaneous in that you make something, foraging, like collecting mushrooms or gathering herbs. I'm not in the environment to do foraging. I am currently living in a suburban neighborhood. In order to forage, I would need to drive 30 to 45 minutes out. I wish I could do that. It sounds like fun. I want to forage. Granted, I didn't know why I was doing it at the start, but a light eventually switched on. I realized I could spot inconsistencies easier. I learned how our platforms generally performed during each month of the year. I could also do month over month, year over year comparisons easily, which was really helpful. Even though I wasn't asked for reports, I could share the percentages on how much our channels were growing. It was data and actual ROI on the job I was doing. You're doing all this great work for your organization, so why not share the results? Even if no one is asking you to. What's your favorite color except for purple? Are you assuming my favorite color is purple? My favorite color is yellow, followed by navy blue. I also realized this data was super helpful when interviewing for a new job. Are you trying to, like, scan for security questions? I just realized that. What is your favorite color is a very funny, common security question. Bruh, no. Okay, just asking. Being able to speak to your ROI with quantitative results always adds to your credibility. It shows you could execute a social media strategy that can produce real results. By the way, what's your pet's name? I don't think I put that security question in. So even if I were to answer this, should be fine. One is called Binks, and the other one is called Gracie. It's just security questions. Next question, what is your mother's maiden name? Fun fact, I don't know my mother's maiden name. I'm just trying to get to know you. It's very funny though. Now that I'm thinking of the security questions in my head, like I just can't unthink it now. It's it's just like a part of my thought process. Like, what's the next one? What is the make and model of your car? It's super funny to me. I'm terribly sorry. It's just really funny to me. How is your day going, by the way? Because mine has been going pretty swell. Where was I at? It shows you could execute a social media strategy that could produce real results. I also added a growth percentages to my resume, which had lacked quantitative results. So even if no one in your organization is asking for metrics, keep track of them for yourself at the very least. Your future self will thank you. Well, thank you. Thank you, future self. I love my future self. Nasty cat. A Whismer. Wow. Wow. Connecting the metrics to the goals. I do recognize it's not easy to directly connect your goals and objectives to the exact metrics you should be tracking, particularly if your goals are qualitative. If that's the case, I would recommend starting the metrics and reverse engineering the process back to your goals, so to speak. Chat. Well, I should be learning for university. I have an important meeting tomorrow, but I'm washing dishes right now, and I'm good because my mushrooms are growing. Not to drug hunt. Huh. Like just regular mushrooms. That's pretty cool. I'm assuming you also like to forage. Like do a lot of outside stuff. For me, I do a lot of inside stuff. Like I'm a computer nerd at heart. So anything like I have a portable, literally a giant portable battery. So that way if I go outside, I could like just use a computer. Because apparently that battery can power my big PC for 8 hours. And I think that's pretty cool. Outside is scary, true. No, I like fishing. Fishing is cool. Fishing is cool. It's peaceful. I heard it was peaceful. I particularly don't like it. But I'm not yucking your yum. Fishing is nice. I'm slouching in my chair. Primary purpose for tracking metrics on your content is to see if it's resonating with your audiences. If your content is resonating, then it's an indication your strategies are working. And if your strategies are working, you can feel confident that you're supporting your organization's goals. Here are some steps that helped me find meaning in the metrics and connect the dots back to the objectives. Look at the reactions and shares regularly. Ideally, look at them every day. What is your high-performing post? Oh. I used to do a lot of inside stuff like gaming and stuff, but I can't play anything where I'm getting tired of it after a few hours. Fair. I'm not sure what kind of games you play. But like, fair. Gaming is kind of a tiring thing if you play something like action-packed games that require a lot of thinking and stuff. Competitive Team Portraits 2, for example. That game is simple to the bone, but has such a high skill ceiling, it can be exhausting. Strategy games. Strategy. Yeah. Lots of thinking. Thinky. Make your brain work. And when your brain works, brain go tired. I understand that. What is a high-performing post? What is an underperforming post? Familiarize yourself with your averages. What? Stop. What is your average number of likes, shares, quote tweets? You know what your averages are for each platform that you manage. This way you'll immediately notice patterns, trends, and outliers. Once you spot one, you can do the same digital detective work. Ask yourself, why did this post perform so well? Or maybe it was underperforming and you're not sure why. Sometimes it might be obvious, but other times it might take a bit of digging. Maybe the tweet was shared in Reddit, or it could have been quoted by someone with a large following. Or perhaps it's underperforming because news broke at the same time and your audience's attention is elsewhere. These discoveries will help you inform your tactics moving forward. In fact, you might learn something you can implement the next day. Social media is an industry of constant experimentation, even with the slightest details. My nose hurts. If a post didn't do well because it was buried under the news of the day, post it again tomorrow or the next day when the news dies down. Well, finding the stories behind the numbers is what gives them meaning. And when you can explain or share these stories with your boss or leadership, it only adds to your credibility. If you spot a pattern, dig into it. What's causing the pattern? Art. I see you. Do you like the author of this? Proudly presented this book to your family, who I assume don't know a thing about social media marketing, and there's like Hewwo book. I'm assuming their family is unaware of anything of the going-ons, because at the very beginning of this book, it literally said like, this person has been a social media expert for like 20 years. This person's been in the industry for 20 years. I'm sure this is, they said explicitly that they wanted to make this just to share information. I mean, maybe their family's impressed. I doubt that's their main audience, though. Their probably focuses on audience like, who cares? What did they do back in the 2000s? Well, since they keep talking about Twitter, quite possibly Twitter. Or maybe even just forum posts. Because, my god, man. They did this for so long. I don't even know. I legitimately don't even know. They say they shared an anecdote at one point saying they had 288 apps on their phone, and that's because they were testing out all the different social media websites. So that probably gives you a clue as to what they were doing all that time. If you spot a pattern, dig into it. What's causing a pattern? Are the same people liking it? Who are they? Is this a pattern I could repeat? Get granular with it. Is it because they were posted at the same day, same time, same day? Do you use the same words, or is it anomaly? There are times where I just can't figure it out, and that's okay. But by doing this constantly, you will get better at it, and it will help you make small adjustments to your content and posting practices based off what you have learned. Do more of what gets reactions and shares, and stop doing what doesn't. While we'll never fully understand an algorithm, looking at the metrics every day will help you sense changes and shifts in the algorithm. Just realized my last two questions are just reading a comment. What did the book say? What did book talk about? You know what? Yeah. Honestly. Well, to be honest, there's just a lot to learn in this book. I mean, it's all just Oh man. Actually, hold on. Let me go to the chapters and let me summarize what I learned. Because it's not set in yet. So basically what I learned with this book, identify your audience, and it has to be specific. You can't just do a general audience, because that either doesn't work anymore or never worked to begin with. You have to get really specific. So the audience, opinion about D&D. Very fun, but I can't seem to get a group. D&D is dope. I like D&D. Anyways. Where was I? Yes, this. But by doing this constantly, you'll get better at it, and you'll help make small... Cloaker! Alright. And it will help you make small adjustments to your content and posting practices based on what you learn. Do more what gets reactions and shares, and stop doing what doesn't. While we'll never fully understand the algorithm... What was that? Oh, if you go on Twitch, you basically get channel points. And then afterwards you can spend that channel points on either making it rain cubes or play a random sounds that I have in my sound bank. I have 14 sounds. Come here on Twitch. There are currently 2... Never mind, there's currently 1 person on YouTube. Meow? Oh, you're forcing me to do that, huh? Happy? And what do I get as from YouTube? So, I can't exactly do anything about YouTube. Oh, your mic peaked? Yeah, I got really close to the mic. Here, let me do it from farther away. Happy? Anyways. So with YouTube itself, there is no good way of actually, like, doing what Twitch is doing over here. Like, all of this Twitch stuff is just something that the API and the sub, what was it called? Event sub just allows you to do. As for YouTube, it kind of sucks, if I'm gonna be real. There's no resources to get like certain live stuff. It's not the best with YouTube. But I still have it posted on YouTube because I could still interact with people. So I could still talk to you, Kanomir. I could still talk to you. I always do a long-winded response. In summary, YouTube sucks when it comes to integrations. Twitch loves integrations. I could still interact with you on YouTube, though. There's your summary. You ever dreamed of a character you may want to roleplay? In a D&D specific campaign, Dragonborn? Love you here on Twitch. Alright, Tar. I just want to be a Dragonborn. I think that'd be pretty cool. If we're, like, thinking realistic, I don't know. I'd probably be trans. Alright. Where did I leave off? I like D&D, never played it before, though. I mean, D&D is a pretty popular IP. So, yeah, that makes sense. Legit, that makes sense. Right here. Damn, I thought you wanted dwarf. Oh. Just because I play lots of Deep Rock Galactic does not mean I want to be a dwarf. I need friends to play D&D. Good news! There are online forums. You can just go to Discord. Rocket Stone. I should add that. That should be a sound bank. Oh, that should be a sound bank. I should... I need to remember to add Rocket Stone. Maybe something other funny with the dwarfs. Alright. Another question I get asked is which metric do I pay attention to the most? Hands down for me, it's public interactions. Booyah! Molly! Over here! How about you give us... I would give us 2 of your best rocket stones. Hold on. I need to get to work. Rock and stone! That's terrible. Fuck. I used to play this a lot more, so I was able to do that deep growly voice. Rock and stone! That's terrible. Yeah! Rock and stone! Close enough. There's your rocket stone. Hate your enter key all you want, doggo. One's catching Pokemon. Rocket Stone. I like Deep Rock. I need to still buy Rogue Core. I know that game has its controversies, but I'm gonna be honest, I want to buy it because I like the roguelike element to it. The only thing I don't like to it is the stupid timer. I hate... That's the only problem I have with that game, is the damn timer. We're rich! We're rich! It's got controversies. So, not Deep Rock Galactic. Rogue Core, the separate game. It's not a sequel. It's not a prequel. Rogue Core, it's its own separate thing. Anyways, that's the controversy. Because you wouldn't expect it to be a separate thing because it has Deep Rock Galactic within its name. So you expect it to play similar to Deep Rock Galactic. And you're right, it does play similar to Deep Rock Galactic, but it's not Deep Rock Galactic. And if you have to explain that this looks like Deep Rock, but it's not Deep Rock, but it has elements of Deep Rock, but it's not Deep Rock, then you should probably, like, fix the identity part of your game. Because that was the main controversy that Deep Rock had. The other controversy was that its roguelike element was too punishing for single-player people, and confusing for just people in general. Those are the two major controversies of Rogue Core. So it's Deep Rock, but nah. Exactly. For me, it's public interactions. Reactions, shares, and comments. I don't anticipate that will ever change. It's one of the constant throughout my social media career. I learned so much from these metrics. I feel like reactions are the heart of organic social media. No pun intended. In the beginning, before platforms were monetized, people posted content or statuses for likes. People posted videos on YouTube for views. People posted on Instagram for hearts. It was that simple and pure, really. People tried social media mostly for the interaction. And while monetization has dramatically changed the industry, social media's essence is still the same. Are these games actually still doing good? I didn't check them out in a while. Yes. Deep Rock is still doing well. Deep Rock Survivor, a spin-off game developed by a different company, is still doing phenomenally. And Deep Rock Rogue Core is doing very averagely. It's like average. Middle of the road. Bland. Doing blandly. But yeah, the games are still chugging along pretty well. Ghost Ship Games actually was so successful with Deep Rock Galactic that not only did they make those spin-off games, but they actually have a publishing arm. So what's Survivor now? Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. So imagine Vampire Survivors. Okay, now put in Deep Rock Galactic. There you go. That's the whole game. And if you don't know what Vampire Survivor is, oh my god, that's like person. Every time I try to talk to someone about Vampire Survivors, no one knows what this industry-changing game is. Like, holy crap. Remember, every interaction is a data point. Public interactions are what leads to trending topics. It's how we could be a part of the same conversation on the internet. You know what it is? Thank God! That's 1 out of 7 people who know what Vampire Survivors is. That's a weird statistic that shouldn't happen for such an innovative game. You don't? 1 out of 7 to 1 out of 8. That means 12.5% of people know about it. Never played too much as my Xbox broke after getting it, but I liked it a lot. Yeah. It's a game where you turn off your brain until you get an upgrade, then you turn it on, and then afterwards you turn it off again. Very cool. Public interactions, or at least the trending topics, is how we could get a part of the same conversation on the internet. They are what really causes virality. Reactions are what the algorithm looks for. They also tell me what our audience likes and what it doesn't. Reactions are the lack of them give me insights into what to create more of and what to stop creating. They also help me see what was successful along my peers and allows me to compare and contrast similar content. Because of this information is public, you can learn just as much from other brand channels as your own. Since it's available in all platforms themselves, it will remain available to you. Hopefully that won't ever change. Define your anecdotes. I've also come to learn about anecdotal data. It's just as important. Anecdotal data is anecdotal evidence, as defined by Merriam-Webster Dictionary, is evidence in the form of stories that people tell about what has happened to them. For instance, someone's experience at a restaurant, product reviews, or a neighbor's thoughts, or a lawn care company. Some people actually prefer anecdotal data. It's an asset to learn about what the people you're sending reports to prefer and cater to their preferences. The comments and replies can be rich with anecdotal data. Don't know if this is appropriate, but you said play D&D in a realistic setting, you be trans. Does this mean you are trans, or am I stupid or stupid for asking? You're not stupid. Make sure not to demean yourself. Every one of y'all is a smart individual. You just don't know. Just ignorant. And ignorance is not a bad thing. It's only another opportunity to learn. Cat is cat, after all. But anyways, you hear my voice. You hear how low it is. I'm filled with, probably a lot of testosterone. Maybe. I don't know. Fuck knows. I'm pretty weak. Maybe I'm filled with little testosterone. I don't know. But yeah. I want boobs. I want to be more feminine. I want to be more girl. I don't know, cat is cat. Sure, cat is cat. That's also an option. If you just call me cat, you just call me ignorant, and that's not a bad thing. That is not a bad thing whatsoever. Just because you're ignorant of a situation doesn't make you bad or evil. It's only when you know something and you still do the wrong thing, that's when you... It's that one quote. I'm gonna butcher it real hard, but it's like, bad actions come from two things: maliciousness and ignorance. I remember you only as cat. I mean, there was big hints. I like boobs. I did say that, huh? I want boobs. Listen. Yeah, I did say that. You know who I am now. Now I'm waiting for someone to, like, call me a sort or something. Oh, that's some good. I've been teleported. Ah! Would you rather continue where you live in, or live in the city, or live in the countryside with no problems to your career and hobbies? City. Automatic city. You know how great it is to live in a city? Like, the countryside is probably, like... I know it's, like, isolated and stuff, but... Damn, man, I'm a social creature. I just want to live in a city. I want to go... I don't know any slurs. Good on you. I'm happy for you. I'd rather live in a city because I am closer to everyone. Because cities are a lot more efficient. Because I would rather walk everywhere than drive a fucking truck and spend all of that gas money. A city is just a lot better. Way better. I'd just rather live in a city. That sounds like something like a bullet would say. City on the coast or city in the mountains? Ah! That's a good question. Because I'm already on the coast, probably city in the coast. Like, I'm just already used to it here. So, just already go to where I'm comfortable. Alright, continuing. Where did I leave off? Right here, I think? Here we go. Comments and replies can be rich with anecdotal data. Sometimes your audience will just come out and tell you why they liked a piece of content or why they didn't. Huh? Would you rather live in New York or Washington, Oregon? Ooh. Good question. Say New York. Mamdani is in New York, right? I go in New York. They ask questions in the comments and you start seeing the same questions repeatedly. That's feedback. That is like a good question though. If not for the mayor of New York, I'd probably be debating that a lot more. Like, I'd probably be really, really debating that question, because that is a good question. Would you rather New York or Washington, Oregon? That's a good question. That's feedback or on a pain point and solid point data. Or maybe they're complimentary and are giving you a lot. Kudos. Take screenshots and be sure to share your rave reviews. Comments are where you will find a lot of intelligence or sentiment. You will know really quickly if your audience is pleased, dissatisfied, frustrated, or angry. Ideally, this information will be welcomed by leadership or those in the position to make decisions moving forward. But what if they don't realize social media is a window to audience sentiment? How do we get people to listen to us or take us seriously when we say that's a bad idea? Who is your favorite Pokemon and why is it? What? I have never heard of that Pokemon. Let's search it up right now. Oh! That Pokemon. It's this Pokemon. It's the Kung Fu one. It's the one that does Kung Fu fighting. That's your favorite Pokemon? Nice. No, don't insult the Pokemon. That is very rude. All Pokemons are beautiful. Anyways, I don't think that's my favorite. I think it's actually Charizard. And the only reason for that is because I don't know the difference. I'm not a Pokemon fan. I only know Pokemon in terms of gameplay mechanics, okay? Because I'm a game designer. When it comes to favorite Pokemon, it's gotta be Charizard, and the only reason why I like Charizard is because, I mean, when I was young, that was one of the starter Pokemon, and I just really liked Cool Dragon. That's the only reason why I like Cool Dragon. What was cooler is that I got Pokemon X and Pokemon Y, and that introduced Mega Evolutions. And with Mega Evolutions, Charizard turned blue, and that was even cooler to me. As a kid, that was so cool. Like, it does this cool animation, and it turns blue? Awesome. I love it. What if you wanted the ugly Charizard? Ugly? Is the ugly Charizard? I still want it. I don't care. Charizard is Charizard. Why is Tara being mean to the goat? I don't know, man. Doesn't like that Pokemon, I guess. Has a vendetta against it. That Pokemon kicked their dog or something. Anyways, back to the book. Anyways, again, this is where education and relationship building comes into play. Take opportunities to share good news and positive audience perceptions with leadership and key partners. Tell them how well a post they had a particular interest in performed. When they've heard the good news from you, chances are they granted that they will be open to hearing negative feedback from you. Telling them no is not an ideal way to start a relationship. You just like killing Charizard in the games? Damn. What a wild thing for me to hear. My Charizard. My poor, poor Charizard. While superficially a report serves to keep leadership well informed on the brand's social media channels and presence, it's also a way for social media managers to establish a relationship with leadership. People are always asking me, how do you get buy-in from leadership? And how do you get them to trust you and listen to your recommendations? The reports are how. They're a way to start a conversation with them. There's always two sides to every side of that. What if you land on the middle part? I heard that was a metaphor for autism. My second favorite Pokemon is Onix. Oh, okay. Onyx is pretty cool. I mean, it was Brock's, like, big Pokemon, and somehow Pikachu beat Onyx. Like, that's wild. It's wild to me. How did the Pikachu do that? Unrealistic. Yeah. Nice. I like Boomy and the mouth stinks. Good Pokemon choice. Ah! We're having great discussions about Pokemon. Did you know that in terms of breeding? I haven't memorized that entire thing. How many pages did you read in the last 20 minutes? I don't know. I don't know. I'm at page 150. I still have like 30, 40 pages left. Not a lot of reading. I'm having fun, though. I'm having fun. Give me a stretch. No! Look. Vaporeon. No, Joker. No, Joker, it's a Pokemon, you can't do that. There are no laws against a Pokemon, Batman. As soon as I say that. Hold on, I need to refresh the application. My 4 hours is up, and we just... that means my application for the cats dies. I still don't know how to fix that specific bug. Keep below. Oops, chats. Yeah, you heard that, right? You're back. Welcome back. Cats, your 4 hours has been refreshed. Would you say competitive killed TF2? This was my first impression of you, man. Me saying... someone's teleporting bread. So... that is an interesting discussion. And people have had pros and cons when it comes to competitive. In my opinion, looking at both sides of the coin, looking at the arguments presented from both sides of competitive killed TF2 and no, TF2 didn't die from competitive, it actually flourished on the competitive. I would say that the rollout with competitive was a terrible decision, but it wasn't the thing that killed Team Fortress 2. Or, at least Team Fortress 2 is not dead yet. It was the shooting of the community in the face. Not in the foot, in the face. Like, just... yeah, we're talking about TF2, because Ken O'Meara on YouTube said so. Essentially, what I've seen with Team Fortress 2 is I've played when you were able to, like, enter the red or blue doors. And not when the thing comes, like, slamming against the face. Granted, I was, like, 13. Yes, I'm still reading the book. I'm at page 150. We've progressed, I don't know, a little bit. 60 pages over 4 hours? That's not nice. But we're talking about Team Fortress 2 now. Anyways, with Team Fortress 2, it's... I would say that's the destruction of the community-based servers. And how they left the community in the dust, essentially, is the thing that killed it. You mained engineer? I mained, I think my favorite class... I was close. It was either engineer or mech. I don't know which one I mained specifically, but it was either engineer. But I did like Team Fortress 2. It was a darn fun game. Medic, yeah. With Team Fortress 2 nowadays, I would just believe that a lot of modern day patching is required. And you know. There you go. A lot of patching is needed to get Team Fortress 2 up to speed. Maybe even an overhaul of the game itself, because Engineer had more variation. It sounded like you were in the deep weeds when it comes to Team Fortress 2 YouTubers. Yes, I agree. Somewhat. So,
We have you surrounded, at least from this side.
So with Engineer itself, it does have a lot more variety when it comes to playstyles. But with Medic itself, in my opinion, it could change a lot more about the game. Like, Medic is a big game changer. You have a lot of influence just by giving people health. Meanwhile, with Engineer, you have a lot more variety, but that comes at a cost of what's your influence? Not exactly that much. The only thing I would... I mean, there was... No, that one is just me meowing. Yeah, get bamboozled. When it comes to Medic, granted, you are weaker when it comes to damage. But like you said, playing Battle Medic is kind of the offset. Like, if you want to heal people but still have a main source of damage, you would what was it? The Blutsauger? I think it was the Blutsauger. Whichever one was the fancy thing that like chipped down your health in exchange for like damage on heal. Heal on damage. I always do these roundabout explanations. So, in summary, Engineer, more variety, less impact. Medic, less variety, more impact. Christ. Will I get to the point? I guess it's not in my personality to get to the damn point. Oh, I really need a pee. Sorry, friends. I'll be right back. I really need a piss. Ugh. Ah, it was like a waterfall. Anyways. Desktop. Nope. Wrong one. That's my Trello board. I'm thinking of getting Trello Premium. What foreign language would you want to learn effortlessly? I'm split. So, in my opinion, I would probably want to learn Spanish. Because, I mean, did you wash your hands? Yes, I did. It came with the territory of having a waterfall gush into the toilet. Wait, that sounded wrong. Spanish? You are Spanish. Oh, that's cool. It sounded so wrong. I washed my hands in the sink. Not with my piss. That's weird. So, I want to learn Spanish specifically. It's not the most popular one. That would be... not Shushtar. The more popular one would be German. German is more widely spoken. But I want to learn Spanish specifically because, kind of neighboring, Spanish area. And I think it would benefit me more if I learned Spanish. Alternatively, I would, if I anything but Spanish, probably be German. And then third language, Japanese. Censor a Twitch chat but not overlay chat, weird. It's censored on your chat because of your settings. As a German, where the duck is German widely spoken? I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know. But if you search up statistics, German is more widely spoken than Spanish. And that is a very, very fascinating statistic. I'm pretty sure the largest, the biggest speaking would be English, and then I think it's followed by Mandarin, because China. I don't think I ever heard German. Well, I heard German because I watch Nyara VT. There's a lot of German accents. Alright, let's get back to the book. I'm rehydrating for my next PS break. Where the hell, Yvonne? This one. An industry-wide complaint is that social media managers are not brought in early enough for a decision-making process that includes social media. Yes. Okay, so Spanish is German has 130 million speakers. They don't change. Was I lied to? Was I lied to? No way. Oh, I think I was lied to. I was lied to by the one German teacher in my high school. I can't believe it. Worldwide statistics of speaking. Close enough. That's Wikipedia. Statistica is what we want to look at. Damn. Okay, so I was right about the English, and I was right about the Mandarin. I guess I was lied to about German. Rats. I was told by the German teacher of my high school that German is the most widely spoken language in a opinion. I guess I was lied to. It's actually Spanish. Well, guess that means I don't want to learn German then. Aha! First choice Spanish, second choice Japanese. Easy dub, easy dub. Alright. Thank you, Kinomir, for fact-checking me. And the following countries learn in school unless outside of Europe. Oh, so it's a technicality? Like more countries speak German than Spanish countries speak? But in reality, like, a lot more people speak Spanish. That's still a lie. That's a lie by omission. You're omitting the part where they say countries. And I kind of don't like people who lie by omitting details. Even though I like doing that. Because it's fun. I had to do that for my damn sales job, and I hated lying by omitting details. It's hard. It's hard to do that. What cat am I? What the heck? I enjoy this chatting. Time to read. In fact, they're often not brought in at all. If your supervisor is not advocating for you, it's virtually impossible to get an invitation into the room. Frankly, leadership might not think to invite you because they don't know who you are. In these situations, it's not about who you know, it's about who knows you. They honestly might not know who is managing the organization's social media channels. They know someone is, but they just don't know them by name. The social... Your social media reports are a way of giving leadership an opportunity to get to know you. Shirley Chisholm, the first black woman to be elected in the United States Congress, is famous for a quote about how if people won't give you a seat at the table, you need to bring your own folding chair. It's a cool quote. That's a dope quote right there. The social media report is your folding chair. It puts your name in their inboxes regularly, allows you to become familiar with it. If your reports spur interest or curiosity, they might ask a follow-up question, which helps start a conversation. It is advantageous to establish that you're an expert of the brand channels. This may go without saying, but make sure your boss is aware that you're doing this. You don't want to overstep by sending emails directly to people your supervisor reports to without them knowing. The aim is to build bridges with your reports. While these steps seem small, they start to create imprints. So the next time a situation comes up, leadership might think it's a good idea for you to be present for a conversation and ask for you by name. It's not about being asked into the conversation, it's about discreetly inserting yourself into the conversation. Huh, interesting. Reporting. I've learned that when it comes to social media, higher-ups may not necessarily know what to ask for, so it's all about education process I mentioned throughout this book. My recommendation is do your monthly reports. You can also do quarterly reports. Quarterly reports have a connotation of being coupled with fiscal information, which is totally fine. You have to decide the cadence that works best for you and those you're sending the reports to. If you choose to go quarterly, you might add a little more information to them than a monthly update, since they're less frequent. But if you want to regularly remind leadership of your existence, monthly reminders may be the way to go. Yearly reports can serve a different purpose and be more robust. They can provide an overview of an entire year. Weekly or daily reports can also be utilized for a different reason. They can update stakeholders of a specific launch or update or provide data of an ongoing campaign. Let's start with the monthly or quarterly reports, which can function as a way to remind people that you're the person posting in the brand channels every day and that you're doing a great job managing the brand presence on social. Ultimately, you want your recipients to read the reports you send, so try to make sure as you create your reports, keep them monthly reports simple. You're going to be sending these reports regularly, so do yourself a favor. Oops. Oh yeah, it's fine. So do yourself a favor and don't.
You are now a conscientious objector to being dead, hippie.
Thank you, Soldier TF2. I'm a conscientious objector to being dead. So don't make it a big lift. Plus, if you don't want to overhead them with information and data that makes it look difficult or time-consuming to read, chances are the people you're sending reports to are extremely busy, so the more scannable they are, the better. Make them something they look forward to seeing in their inboxes. When you create a report for the first time, whether you're new to a profession or starting an organization, don't be afraid to experiment. I think I changed my monthly report about 6 times before I settled on the version I liked. No one complained. What cuisine do you like the most? Italian, Chinese, Japanese, Korean, German, Bosnian, Venezuelan, French. I live in white people land. So I live in the...
I need a medic bag.
Dallas needs a medic bag. I live in the white people land, so I buy myself the finest pre-cooked food, and then afterwards heat it up in the oven. Because that... Stop it! So, to be honest, I don't even know what cuisine of those types even look like. Because I'm not really... Twice?! Holy crap! It's really coming.
What?
Oh god, it keeps getting better. Holy shit. Anyways, I don't even know what, like, a specific cuisine looks like. If I could be really specific...
I'ma drop on these shitheads like a fucking piano!
It would probably be, what was it? I think it's Korean. I think the one I went to the most, I think it was Korean. It was definitely not Japanese, because I never recognized any of the kanji with Japan, or the Japanese kanji over there. Who in the TM2 team is most likely to win in software coding? Engineer. No doubt about it. Engineer will win in software coding. He made a century in, what was it? 1963? Wherever the game, like, whatever current year the game is based in, that guy is incredibly smart. He would totally win. Like, the medic wouldn't even come close. The medic would probably be... Medic discovered how to make his medigun on accident. The engineer built his stuff on purpose. The medic, like, if we're having this debate on who would win, the medic experiments. The engineer builds. Or engineers. Like, so it's gotta be the engineer. There's no way the medic is just gonna, like, he's gonna keep experimenting with the code, and he's not gonna do anything cool with it. Why is your starter so ugly? You got a treat code. That's why it's ugly. I got a cute Pokemon. I got a cute Pokemon. That's what. Let's see. I think as long as your iterations... If you had a dwarven name, what would it be? How the fuck do you create a dwarven name? I don't know. You're asking me? I don't even know how to create a dwarven name. Dwarf. That's my dwarven name. Yeah, hands. There you go. Yeah. Honestly, I don't know. I'd call myself the dwarf. Probably. I think as long as your iterations keep improving, no one's going to say anything about the reports changing. Talk to people about it, ask for feedback, and adjust. Here are some suggestions for creating your monthly or quarterly reports. Learn about your main recipients. Whether that's your boss's boss, or someone in a position above that likes to consume information. If they prefer spreadsheets, make it a report about spreadsheets. And what will your Dragonborn name be? That's also a thing I don't know. At least I know a little bit more about Dragonborn names, but not enough to know what my Dragonborn name would be. We could search it up right now, but I have a book to read. And it's been like 4 hours 30. I'm almost done with my book, okay? I'm almost done. I literally have 30 more pages. I have 30 more pages. 30 more pages. Include one total follower number for all your active social media channels. List the platforms and the total followers for each platform. You could also add a percentage it increased or decreased from the previous month or the previous year. You could also add both monthly and yearly comparisons. I'm never gonna let you read these 30 pages. Oh, I'm reading them right now. You can't stop me. My eyes are down here at the page. Put in your top posts of the month per platform, however you define top post. Be sure you explain the definition of your top post. I quite enjoy it. All this talk about pages makes me think of Slenderman who read my pages. Read my 190 pages. The difficulty of Slenderman increased. Be sure to explain your definition of... Where did you find... Kinomir, where did you find my channel, by the way? Did you find it, like, on your homepage? There's a second concurrent viewer on YouTube. I wonder who that is. It's not a common practice, but I find one very insightful. You can also add your worst performing foes, your thoughts on why the audience did not like them, and the lessons learned from them forward. Include 1 to 3 highlights. You don't have to call them highlights, you can call them whatever you want, but it's an opportunity to feature items you deem important regarding the brand. My homepage, yeah. So all this work is slightly paying off. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. I've been trying to build this channel. I'm reading this book about marketing for a reason. I'm showing the book about marketing, but it's only like a hand. That was me scratching my head. But yeah. Open your eyes, you silver mother. Blink, 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 blink. Well, that means YouTube is slightly paying attention to my work. Or at least the algorithm is. So that means doing pretty well. And what the algorithm thinks is a likely subscriber to you. Did you say? Oh. Does this work? It only shows one hand. I'm doing 2 hands. Anyways. Did you subscribe to me? Did you press the big subscribe button? On Twitch it costs money, but on YouTube it's free. I can't get money on Twitch yet. I have to have 25 followers on Twitch in order to get money. And on YouTube, I have to have 500 subs. Not only that, I have to have 3 million shorts views. Because Lord knows I'm going to get the long-term views from all my live stream. This can include a post you didn't qualify for a top post, but one you feel they would enjoy or should know about. A highlight could also be an education moment. You could explain a permanent change to a platform you feel they should be aware of, like Twitter getting rid of legacy verification blue check marks. This could prove beneficial to you if they understand the environment you're working in. You could also anticipate any questions they might have about the industry and add a section. You don't get anything, yeah. Unfortunately not. So I use Stream Elements. But the problem with Stream Elements is it requires an integrated browser. I'm not using X11. I'm using Wayland. No one has made it an embedded browser within Wayland yet. So I cannot use Streamlabs. I can't do anything. It's impossible. I would be able to have like YouTubers or YouTube to like display that, but it doesn't. Because Wayland is not supporting the embedded browser, unfortunately. Don't get me wrong, Wayland is such an improvement. Sometime during our time together. Awesome. Awesome. Another theft gribble. Yay. How many bug. Bug. There we go. How many theft gribbles do I have right now? Oh wow, 78. Yippee. I am well on my way to the 500 mark that I'm sure makes sense. When it comes to, what was it? Editing, yeah. So, I know that I need to edit the shorts a little bit better than what Twitch allows you to do with the edits. Like, I know Twitch makes it super easy to make shorts. Super easy. But at the same time, it's not the best because I need to edit shorts for engagement. And sometimes there's just a lot of dead air. And that's not really engaging. So I'm wondering if there's like an additional tool to edit your stuff for shorts. I know I found Carrie's, what was it? Jump cutter? Which Carrie KH's jump cutter essentially just trims out any part of the video where you're not, like, quote unquote not talking. And I think that's pretty cool. What? You could add a stat of the month as an entertainment factor. The stat could be a graphic of an illustration to add visual variety to your reports. This is an opportunity for you to point out a statistic about a brand channels that recipients may not be familiar with. I'm reading! I'm reading right now. Anyways, that information you wanted, your recipients are especially interested in. Maybe it's a figure out how you compare with industry averages, or maybe it's a quick comparison with some of your peers or competitors, or perhaps the receiver as a passion project. In which case, you could add the specific post regarding the passion project. Do what you can to make your audience interested in reading your reports. And avoid using jargon. I understand that. Never use jargon. Oh wait, I just used jargon when explaining why I can't use stream elements. Oh well. You want your reports to add value, so add what you think would provide that for your audience. While your reports are largely be positive, it's important that they're authentic. Remember, figures don't lie, but liars will figure. If there's a month where you've lost followers, that's okay. Be transparent about it. Offer your thoughts on what might have caused this drop. Usually, it's something out of the media manager's control, like an algorithm change or a launch of a new feature. And it's important for leadership to know that things will level out. If it's a trend, you can be proactive with your reports and examine what you're planning to do to curb the trend. Again, anticipate their questions or concerns and address them in your report. Adding the information about growth opportunities doesn't display a lack of skill. It shows initiative. Remember, when it comes to your analytical reports, there are no rules. You choose the frequency, format, and facts that you want to communicate in the way that will best be received by your audience. My reports are a monthly email. I call them my monthly social media briefs because I want to communicate that they're quick, easy read, and that tell you what you need to know about your brand channels. There are times when the daily or weekly reports are useful. For shorter ones or one-day events, you want to create an end-of-day social media summary report. In the event of a longer campaign, weekly reports might be more appropriate. What is your non-alcoholic drink of choice? Answer with no jargon within one sentence. White Monster Energy. There is a report that would likely go to leadership, stakeholders, and other relevant parties. These reports will definitely feel and look different from your regular reports. I like to make the reports feel more elaborate and stylized or official. I create a report in Google Slides, making it visually appealing with a cover slide using branded colors and the logo, and I'll share it as a PDF. I've gotten a lot of compliments using this method. Your audience will generally be people who are already invested, so you don't have to get work at getting their attention. They usually want to know how the social posts regarding the event performed, so add as much detail as you'd like to them. Give an overall summary of how you feel the day went, and add what you think were the big wins. Include any graphics that you feel like helpful, and like one that shows the sentiment for the day or engagement activity. Was it Alec? I don't drink. I'm too young. I'm in the United States. I can't buy alcohol by myself. Something amendment. How do you jargonify that? What? Include screenshots of every post and add the engagement numbers you deem important. You might even add any lesson learned from the day or content opportunities to implement lessons learned or the day the content or the next day as the event goes on. Also, keep in mind that the people you're sending these social media analytic reports to may be familiar with the platforms. Make them easy for everyone reading them to understand. I like to include a glossary at the end of the reports. As always, have someone look at your reports before you hit send. I cannot stress enough the importance of having a second pair of eyes on all of your work. Not only is another step in to potentially catch typos and small errors, but it's also a chance to feedback to improve your work. An opportunity to get early buy-in on your work is always helpful. Yearly reports are a different beast together. You're analyzing a year's worth of data and creating meaningful bite-sized chunks of information to share based off of your figures. For the most part, these information types of reports give social media managers and teams an opportunity to flex, so to speak. You can share total growth in followers, total number of engagements, total number of impressions per platform for the entire year, and if the totals will be big numbers. We will also include the total number of posts or pieces or content published in the year, which I feel is an underrated metric and should be shared more often. Honestly, I don't want to sound patronized, but it sounds astonishing when I see American media and I just see the sheer scale of shops and amount of food stores there. Oh, you mean like the giant retail areas? Yeah, those? Unfortunately, that's by design. Unfortunately. If you want my opinion on why I think it's unfortunate, just ask. To those who qualify of goals, the total number of pieces of content created and posted on social media is supposed to show ROL. You can definitively state you shared X number of posts in support of campaign Y or messaging priority Z. It's also a space where you can share key anecdotal data or directly quote positive comments. It's a way to feature good comments and show the comments are not always bad. Yes. I don't think it's healthy But bro, how is there so much stuff there? Germany is not suffering from food storage, but it's all big. I mean, I don't know. I don't know at all. It's Hey, you're asking the wrong person. I'm not. If you could take screenshots of Pod's comments, you want to keep them safe in your folder on your desktop for your annual report or for any future use. If you don't, the chances are that later you'll forget about it or won't be able to find it. In addition, sometimes it's helpful to have a positive comments folder in case you need a confidence boost or break from the trolls. You can also be creative with these types of reports visually. Have fun with them. I've known some social media managers to post these reports on their public-facing social media or websites. This can also be an annual presentation rather than a report. Perhaps you'll also get the opportunity to address leadership and key partners, so that way you can personally hear from the insights of the analytics. So go along with build a relationship with the decision makers of your organization. What is the average size of a can of Coke in the United States? It's like 450 milliliters, I believe. It's pretty sizable. It's a pretty damn big can of Coke. For a can of cake. I want a can of cake. I think that'd be pretty cool. I want a can of cake. Sometimes the person who learns the most from my social media reports is me. Diving into the data regularly and having me explain all to someone who really helps me solidify them in my head. I always know what our current follower totals are and most popular posts are, and I find comfort in knowing that I have to hand to everyone if anyone happens to ask me about it. It's a good practice to have time solely dedicated to looking at the analytics. If it weren't for my reports, I might not be so different about studying them every month, and the exercise makes me a better social media manager. It helps me make more data-driven decisions about the channels and audiences and our content. (200 to 330 milliliter). Ah, I see. You used to have bigger cans of Coke, but now you have small cans of Coke. You have Coke Mini over there. How dare you? Both hit sounds. Anyways, so that kind of does suck. But I have a feeling it's because of European regulations is why the size shrank. And European regulations is not bad. With Europe, they're just trying to make food safe for their citizens. As opposed to America, which is food that not necessarily is safe, but like it won't kill you if you eat it. So that's why you're able to like ingest 60 grams of sugar in like one can of root beer. Would you move to Europe? I was about to say it, but then afterwards, you know what? Fuck yes. I would move to Europe. Like, I want away from whatever the hell America is doing over here. And I know, like, Europe has its pros and cons. But, like, really? Europe is doing a lot more than what America is doing. And Europe is separating from America, too. Would you move to Asia? Maybe. Depends on what parts of Asia are we talking about. Like, what part are we talking? Design your own reports. There are tools that will create and send reports for you when you want, but I found them to be too general or provide data that's not relevant to the audience, presented in a way that is not particularly meaningful to their recipients. Would you move to Latin America? I'm fucking dumb when it comes to geography. Latin America. Ah! This America. Yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, again, has their own problems, right? At the same time, I wouldn't mind just moving. Like, color me crazy, but I'd just move to Mexico. Why not? For Asia, either Mongolia, Kazakhstan, I can't say that. Alright. You know, to be honest, I don't know any of those countries. I don't know where that location is. Oh, it's the neighboring. Ah, okay. So, I think this is a no. I probably wouldn't move there, specifically. To be honest, I have no idea why my ears fall. I think that's just one of the stupid, like... I think that's just one of the themes that's just broken for whatever reason. I think it might be my hands. Hand tracking? Might be hand tracking. I mean, that pushes it out of the way. It could be hand tracking, I'm not sure. I don't know why my ears fall. Like, there is no rigging with my ears. It's just a sharp corner in the ear area. It's just so weird. Let's see. I will use the tools to help create a report if they are available to me and take the time and take some of the graphic elements from them and add to the report, but I'm usually like my craft reports myself rather than a third-party tool automatically produce them and send them. Anyone who can set up an automatic report. What you bring to the table is interpreting the narrative the metrics are telling. Show them what's important and offer context to the numbers which only you can provide. You also know the social audiences and the best, and you can translate their sentiments. Don't just send them metrics and leave it up to the others to make their own impressions. Listening and monitoring have always been the key elements of social media, but it's nice seeing you again, Amir. Having this wine, bro. I'm almost done reading this book, I think. Like, what's this chapter about? This one is just train. This chapter is all about training a human. Enemy was badass. I like that guy. I like them. I'm not sure of their gender. Pretty cool fella. Let's see. You know, I don't think I could get anything else out of this book. I think that makes that done. Like, I don't think there's anything else I could get out of this book. The last chapter is about training, and the chapter after that is like tips and tricks. And I'm gonna be honest with you, the tips and tricks, does that matter? When like a lot of the summary is just have fun. I don't think it matters. I think at this point we could just put this book down because we read all of the information necessary. What about this book? Cultural Intelligence for Marketers. Holy crap, that's heavy. Becoming a catalyst for... What is this book about? So I might have picked up a book that doesn't exactly make sense for what I wanted. Cultural Intelligence. Oh, this is the same publisher. Kogan page. Same publisher. So with this, it's Cultural Intelligence for Marketers, Building an Inclusive Marketing Strategy by Anastasia Karklina Gabriel. Gabriel? Nope. Gabriel. I'm not sure. There's a line above the I. I'm a little bit confused because of how the font is. I'm pretty sure it's Gabriel. Gabriel. It's Anastasia. That's hard to say. So, the 4 C's of Cultural Intelligence. What is this book about? If it's about... let's see. Alright. Every cultural shift has its tipping point, in origin story. Movements for radical social change that took root in the 1960s marked a palpable transformation in collective consciousness. The civil rights and the Black Power movements, the anti-war, the second wave feminism, the queer liberation movements re-energized the ongoing struggle to fulfill the promise of a more inclusive, multi-racial democracy. The struggle for equality and justice not only sorry, I don't know why it was funny to me. The struggle for equality and justice not only challenged and changed the law of the land, but it also began to rewrite unspoken cultural rules that have dictated social norms and behaviors for so long. The struggle was not new, of course. The civil rights demands for equitable representation in media, which decades later would have echoed more loudly within the advertisement industry, can be traced back to the early 20th century. The discourse of the role of identity in visual culture culminated during the Harlem Renaissance, when advertising, being one of the leading image-producing industries, held accountable for its role of racial stereotyping. Chambers, 2011. This period of activism paved the way for the inflection point that occurred in the mid to late 20th century, which marked a time when radically new ideas, long overdue legal rights, and progressive narratives finally began to take hold. And advertising was no exception. What the fuck am I reading? And is this necessary to me? I feel like I would just include myself in my games. Like an MB trans person. In the era of change, the industry faced a critical movement, the advocacy of civil rights leaders inspired demands beyond race and ethnicity and encompass representation of gender and advertising. By 1978, the National Advertising Review Board, NARB, issued a checklist of questions for advertisers and agency personnel to consider when creating or improving an advertisement portraying women. This one's from Sivolka, 1998. Advertising agencies were advised to consult a checklist featured in Appendix A of the NARB report titled Guidelines Developed by the National Advertising Review Board for the United States, divided into 4 sections: destructive portrayals, negative appeals, constructive portrayals, and positive appeals. The checklist covered a range of harmful depictions. These included sexist stereotypes, belittling language, and creative ads portraying situations that confirm the view that women are the property of men and or are less important than men. Sivolka, 1998. Among 23 bullet points, questions such as, do my ads portray women as more neurotic than men? What is the definition of neurotic? Or do my ads reflect the fact that girls may aspire to careers in business and or professionals, were presented for advertisers' consideration? The response from the NARB was hardly surprising, though. Pressure was on. Is this all about like creating inclusive advertising? When was this book published? This was published in 2024. I have a key question for you. Was this your thesis?
Igby and I just kick your ass.
Ah, don't kick my ass, please. Oh, I'm begging you. Ah. I would hate to get my ass kicked, Hewwo. Is that what you want? That was a wild response. During the time of heightened social protest, feminists placed stickers saying, "This ad insults women" on billboards, vandalized and rewrote ad taglines, and gave out so-called plastic pig awards to companies that continue to portray women in ways considered demeaning. As the New York Times reported in 1983, a feminist group, Women Against Pornography. This sounds familiar. That group sounds familiar. Considered any ad that reduces women to objects, to merely their sexual parts, to be pornographic, and thus insulting to all women. I get where you're coming from. You're using the law that you can't have porn in advertisements and using sexual depictions as pornographic. I get where you're coming from. I get where you're coming from. It seems like it harms sex workers, though, and queer people in general. I guess during this time, queer people just don't matter, right? Like, it was everyone against the man sort of thing. I get that. I 100%. In 1983, the award went to Hanes, Cutler's Pants, Maidenform, Fiji Perfume, as well as Dior for various ads depicting undressed women in subservient positions to men. As the historical records show, however, it wasn't all one-sided. Activists not only zapped brands who persisted in relying on sexist advertising, but also looked to incentivize forward-thinking, cultural-shaping brands that actively tapped into more progressive narratives. Is this book for me? Not as in the fucking Republican way. As in, is this necessary for me? Because I'm pretty sure I've been doing that. During the award ceremonies hosted by Women Against Pornography, Other advertisers were celebrated and awarded by feminist activists for their portrayal of women. In 1985, for instance, during its 4th annual awards ceremony, the group honored brands with what they referred to as Miss Liberty Awards, a Libby Award. Along there was American Express, recognized for one ad showing a black businesswoman disembarking from a plane with a briefcase in one hand and a teddy bear in the other. Another ad showing a male and female co-worker celebrating a women's promotion. Toys to Grow On was also recognized for an ad presenting a little girl in engineer's overalls calling instructions to a field telephone, as well as a United Negro College Fund for its television portrayal of a young black woman's struggle to fulfill her dream of being a doctor. Much like today, this was a time of impassioned activism. Voice crack, thank you. By then, the fight for inclusive representation had been going on for years. The women's liberation movement owed much of the foundation laid by the black freedom struggle and the civil rights activists of the 60s. Years earlier, it was the civil rights movement that gave a platform to those who openly challenged blatantly racist, ethnocentric, and sexist stereotypes so rampant in the advertising industry at the time. During the period, criticism increased over portrayals of historically marginalized groups that were considered stereotypical, limited, and in many cases, derogatory. Black leaders were also the first to demand marketers to invest in a more accurate representation of cultural diversity in the United States. The change was slow, but the pressure was felt. In 1967, DTP was one of the first agencies to run a racially and ethnically diverse campaign, one of the first of its kind. William Bernbach. Fucking, what a hard name to say. Bernbach, who founded DTP with James Edwin Doyle and Maxwell Day, was the creative voice behind a campaign for Henry S. Levy and Sons, a major Brooklyn bakery, called Levi's for short. The campaign was a humorous play on the Jewish rye, the bakery's most famous type of bread. The copy, which was intended to make the bakery attractive to a wide range of potential customers, read, "You don't have to be Jewish to love Levi's." While William Taubin, a male copywriter at DDB, received credit at the time, now Historical Town was actually written by Julie Petras, a Jewish woman copywriter of the agency. Fox? What the heck? Fox. The ads were far from being culturally sensitive to portrayals by present-day standards, but the campaign nevertheless featured black, Asian, Italian, Chinese, and Native American models in ways never seen before. At the time, it was one of the first public ad campaigns to incorporate historically underrepresented groups and intentionally highlight a culture of tokenism. I need to skim through this. Hold on. Yeah, the token. So essentially just a character on the sideline. Okay. NACCP. ENAACP. Yep, still a controversial target. Let's see, LGBTQ. I like how all of this is like this introduction is just summarizing other research. Like, yeah, if you like say you have DEI in your stuff, you're more likely to succeed. Congratulations. The controversial topic of, and let me check my notes. Putting a black person in a video game is a way to increase sales. What is this thesis about? I'm honestly curious. There's a whole conversation in here. So, I don't think this book is for me. This is advertising in a different way. Look, I am a boy with boobs. Like, really? I don't think I need... Fucking hell!
Like a pocket piano.
That scared me. I wasn't expecting a bulldozer to drop in on me like a fucking piano. Holy crap, I forgot how thick this book was. That you? Thank you, thank you. Anyways, oh, this is multiple books. Oh, this is multiple books. Oh, how many pages are in here? How many pages are in here? This table of contents is long. 6, 7, 9 pages. I love lurking.
Dang, you just really gambled all of your fops.
Okay. Now, this thick-ass book, this is what I should be reading. I need to get an extension, though. I need to go to the library. Damn it. Okay. So, this is the book I need. This is 100% the book I need. Oh, crap, I need to piss again. Alright. Be right back. Need to pee again. I need to go pee-pee. Oh, let's get this. So, oops. Don't worry about that. So, let me take a look-see at something real quick. Oh, freaky. Uh-huh. Oh, the other person who was watching me on YouTube, like, immediately left as soon as I took a piss. Oh, great. Cool. Thanks, YouTube. Alright. So, what it looks like... I need call to actions. And from what I've learned, I need to repost multiple times. It was you. you did this to me. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Who the heck? I'm on my boobs. Hello, kitty. You gonna move? Oh. Ooh. Anyways. That was fun. So, I think what we need to do now... we need to change the title. I'm gonna change the title. The title is gonna be changed. Oh, whoa. So with this, go to settings. Scale? I think it's scale. Zoom, okay. Ha! I want to zoom this out. There we go. Success. I read a book and now it's time to do other things. Now we just go over here, switch, save that. Switch this to software. Done. Did it save? No. I misclicked. Welcome to the software category. Here is what we're gonna do today. Microphone, don't fall. Keep it in it. Here, you sit over there. I don't need to read to you anymore. So what we need to do specifically is I want to see what Trello Premium is. So we're gonna get Trello Premium. Add to Slack? Okay. Sure. What is upgrade workspace? What the fuck? Per user per year. Wow, alltså så konsekvenser gör. AI summaries. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. My favorite. Unlimited boards, unlimited collaborators. So basically, if I were to do something daily 4 times, that would run over my automation budget. With this, it'd be auto 16. Oh, that's a lot. That's a lot of data. And you can add as many apps as you want. Observers. Oh, so if you want to... Wild. What is... Oh, that's priority support. Enterprise is a whole organization. So admin and security features. Okay, here's a quick question. Why are you locking two-factor authentication behind a paywall? What the fuck? Oh, I have to pay the extra just for... I mean, it comes with unlimited automations, so I don't see the problem with it. And I mean, we could try it for 14 days. It's not... It doesn't... If it doesn't want my credit card... AI. AI. Hey guys, AI. AI is with us. Please. Please, we work so hard. Please, AI. We have AI.
Bonk.
I've been bonked. Anyways, pretty please, AI. Please. I will suck your dick, please, AI. Por favor. What are you scared about? Huh? What are you afraid of? You afraid of a little sucky, huh? You afraid of that, huh? Why are you afraid of it? Here at Twin Cats currently. Yeah? You follow this channel. You follow the Freak channel. I'm a real freak here. What was I doing? Oh yeah. Retrial. Woo! Wait, I wonder what that looks like. Oh, it's literally, oh, that's cute. It's his dog with the rainbow. Hee. Oh. Anyways, you're all set up. It said I activated premium. It said I'm all set up. I'm gonna press the big X button. I'm not putting in my credit card information. Watch this, X. It ends in 13 days. Oh no. Anyways, why does it look better? Oh wait, I can add shit. Oh, check this out. Check out these moves. Observer. Can join as an observer. Hell yeah. You don't get to see the link. Oh, star this board. Oh. Power-ups. Oh, power me up. Same labels on every board. Okay, that's actually pretty good though. I don't need an AI coworker. I don't need an AI coworker. Email to board, Gmail. You voting? What you supposed to be sleeping right about now? I said 1700, right? I'm pretty sure I said 1700. Which means I need to sleep in like 20 minutes. And I still need to go to the library. So, where is the extension? I want an extension that... Hold on. What do I want? Automation. Forget what? Instantly create a cat list. An amazing power-up. I need to take a look on my phone. Specifically, I don't know if I'm signed into Google on this. Well, I am. That means the calendar should be synced with Google. Cool. Connecting accounts. Google. Check this out. Click. Alright. All of it. I trust Trello. Let me quickly. Okay, cool. I wonder if I could have this planner. Inbox? I wonder what happens. This is due tomorrow. I wonder if that's synced to my calendar now. It did not sync. Hold on. It should sync. There should be an event here, but there is no event. synced? Oh, that's synced. Wild. How can I turn this into a... Guess I don't know how to turn this into an event. Cover! Woo! I get more different styles though. So I got table. Ooh. Not quite like the table. Calendar. Alright, why isn't sync the personal calendar? Sure. I need to turn that there. Google Calendar. Dark. Always dark. Uh-huh. Subscribble. So, what does that look like now on the planner? So PM. Isn't that? First of all, remove tasks. Heck is this? What is tasks? It likes to put it at 0 to 1. I don't understand why. Will it alert me at 0 to 1? It doesn't look like it will remind me of it, anything. It would just do that, okay. timeline. Ah, okay. That's good. That's good. Still need the official Trello app. Where is it? Install that. That should work. Oh dear Lord. Okay. I need to log myself in. Password. So long. Aha, I win. Sign into my account. Yes, that's me. What do you mean I don't have a Trello account? It's right there. Do I just not have a... Do I have an Atlassian account, not a Trello account? Or is it... Nope, I have... He uses Google. It's broken. Yeah, it's broken. Well, I get to sync this with my calendar, so it's fine. No loss on my back. Go. Now I get to look at that and see what's due. Let's try to schedule getting... Good drag and drop, right? Yeah, I can. I'm pretty sure it's easy for me to add links. Add tags. I'll try to get the images on this day. Posts. Mess around with the jump cutter. And then afterwards this. map. Sure, Times Square, whatever. Wow. Hmm. Go to VTubing. And then afterwards with this. Grab all the cards in the list. Eight. Got bored. Oh, terrible. Power-ups. What about automation? Oh, it's late. Create a rule. When a card Try this. So it should be when the card in with the roll lists this, list this, move the card late. Sorts. This, do this, and this. Oops. Sort by due date. There you go. That should be easy to do. Oh, cool. Friday, we're gonna add cheese and checks to the system. Perfect. That should work. Alright.
Oh. With all that being said,
Everything put together, I think we're done. I think we are done for today. Quite a bit of reading. Quite a bit of talking. Yep. Yeah, I think we're done. Thank you all for being here. Yeah, stream ending. I need a... Yeah, I've been live for over 6 hours, yeah.
I'm coming.
Great. Those two together, that's amazing. Alright. Have a great day, y'all. I got quite a bit of things to do. And then sleep.